pick up where we left off in... That's not what I want. Left off in RimWorld with Not a Cult. For those who missed the other stream the other day, we had horrific casualties. Horrific, awful bad casualties. But we are starting to bring it back. At one point, we were down to 3 colonists. So if we look at our very first ones, these 3 here are the only survivors from the larger team. We took 7 deaths in one stream out of a colony of about 10 people. It was bad. 5 of those deaths were one fight that we just basically, I misplayed a mech cluster. That the engagement was fine with the way I was planning it, but the positioning was bad. And then I went from bad positioning to worse positioning, and at that point it was just trying to, like, I'd already made the mistake, it was just trying to salvage what we could. And then we went ahead and got out of Dodge. Now, the good news is, we are starting to recover. Do we have anyone converted yet? No. We are starting to recover. We don't have quite as strong pawns as we did before, so while we were going, oh, you went from 10 and you're at 7, the problem we have here is where my other ones, they're at like 16, 17 shooting or melee or whatever. You know, Infinity Simplex is at 1, KLL is at 1, Mohan Rai is a child at 5. Forsaken here is getting there, but you look at that compared to my colonists that were surviving, and all the skills they were doing were up in like the 15s and 17s, versus everyone here is low. So while like number of colonists it looks good, the problem is we had like grizzled war veteran level colonists versus this is your just got out of high school, figure it out. But yeah, so we're working on converting KLL. Torrential Rain, that's fine. To getting them into the fold. I believe we also have Theo here we're actively trying to recruit. To be another melee pawn for us, because they're going to fill in the cooking gap we've got. But, NG here, NG is a pawn that we're not keeping. While they do have some really good stuff here, they're a Hussar who is abrasive. And that is a bad time. Alright, we're being attacked immediately. So we got 7 on that side, fully juiced. It's also 7 here because I got wargs. Yeah, so we got 1 sniper rifle on that side. It's 8 over here because there's another one of them. Yeah, I mean, I've got to stand and do some of these fights sooner or later. Do we do our stand now? Because this is basically going to be 2 waves of 8 and 7. With wargs, and I have 1 melee pawn who is... Aren't you... You're still under anesthetic. But I can't keep going from place to place, because we are... No, actually, we're totally fine in chem fuel. I gotta start making a stand, though. Let's try and hold this one. It's going to be messy, but if I'm gonna get more colonists, I need opportunity that can actually be a possibility. I'm gonna keep Mohan Rai out of this as best we can. Right, I was expanding that to add another gene processor. Okay, yeah, so you just have a bruise. So everyone's other than a little bit of anesthetic, everyone's in pretty good shape. As far as equipment-wise goes, we got a low power shield. I've got flares. We could vertigo pulse them if they start to try and get in there. Okay. It does look like the wargs are going to arrive well ahead of everyone else. So I'm going to have Forsaken move down. No, we're going to still be killing the wargs on the way in. Alright, we're going to try and do something. It's going to be a little sloppy. But the plan is to get in position here for the wargs. Alright, get back over to the sides. That didn't go nearly as long as I had hoped it. You don't have the combat shout, do we? No. Okay, so they're all bunched in. I'm going to hit Forsaken as well. We're going to go ahead and Vertigo Pulse the whole group. I need you on that choke point. I need you on the choke point. You're busy throwing up, which is literally why we did that, is to cause that to them. Okay, they're retreating. It went fine. Alright, let's get out here. See if we can't knock the one last person there. Are you any good? Staggeringly ugly and psychically dull. No. No, you are not. And you don't have any equipment I want either. That's fine. Okay, so what injuries did we take here? Pretty bad cuts on you. Otherwise, it's fine. Yes, that was handled alright. I do think the Vertigo Pulse was the correct thing, even though I did peg Forsaken with it as well. It's just the unfortunate that there's another enemy alive? Yeah. Recluse, psychically dull. Nah, that's fine. You're gonna stay down, right? Maybe. How goes the hunt of the mountains of the deep? The worst thing is while they're missing with that sniper rifle again and again, it has a tracking scope and an accuracy bonus. They have multiple bonuses on that. There we go. Okay, I'm satisfied he's gonna stay down now. The joys of childhood. Are you going to tend? Please tend to KLL. They are bleeding quite a bit from a lot of places. Alright, yeah, so that was a fine one. Because I need to get more fights going like that. That's how we're going to get that shooting skill caught up. It's going to take a lot of fights. So I can't keep buggering off every fight. And while the other fights I don't regret buggering off, where the game was just like, hey, here's a cluster with like 8 centipedes and going, hang on, I got 3 people. Wait a moment. We're not ready for this. That was one that's like, it's a little iffy. Disease, infection on KLL. Go here and have the better medicine and patch them up. Also, before I forget, you got 21 hours left in your Joy Fuzz. So with Theo here, when they arrived, was addicted to Smoke Leaf. So we are working them through their prison sentence, but part of how I'm trying to keep them manageable is just the fact that we are Joy Fuzzing them again and again. And I also noticed Theo needs to be fed and has not been fed. Alright. Yep, so Joy Fuzz them again. Because as you can see, that gives them a 30 mood bonus. And we're just trying to get them to that last little bit of their Smoke Leaf dependence, because then they'll be a minus 35 or whatever it is. Kid is 2 shooting. Yeah, like all 3 of them are 2. Well, sorry, these 2 are 2 shooting. The Mohan Rai actually is 5. Okay. If you do find yourself with availability, feel free to shoot things. Give him a minigun and have him shoot all the small game. Yeah, we'll get there. A bounty for weaves. I don't really need that right now. We are trying to keep our standings up with everybody. Now, things we're on the look for is honestly just keeping our research going. If I get archaeogenetics, I have Deathless. Obviously, getting armor would be nice. We're running out of things to research that aren't what I want. It's funny just the way the research has gone, that the moment I got Deathless, it was like, oh, we're just not getting archaeogenetics anytime soon. Because then we're going to start making people super juiced. Did we get a thing? Right. I've got one here because, we brought KLL in, and they're Depressive Body Purist. Depressive is pretty awful at -12 mood. And so we're going to use the gene splicing to help them, which of course is going to piss them off as well because they're Body Purist. But the idea behind it is I'm going to go through and have the Very Happy gene as part of it, which gives them, I think it's +10 mood. And so I think they're going to take a -6 mood penalty because we'll have genetically modified them, and then a +10 mood. So we should be at a net gain. But KLL is going to be a little bit of a chore to manage. But it was kind of one of those things that I had need for skills, so we're bringing them in. All right. Yeah, so you should be out of here in like 11 hours. There wasn't anything I wanted out of you so far as the machine goes, right? Yeah, actually we probably do. Yeah, before we kick them out, let's go ahead and pop the Hussar in here. There's a couple of traits that I probably won't end up getting to use, but we don't have that are good. Okay, meanwhile, you are ready to do a convert. Oh no, they mean literally a minigun. Literally the gun that is called minigun. Okay, that penalty drops off in 2 days. You get over your addiction in 4 days. You've got a lot of resistance I gotta get out of you, though. That's gonna take a long time to knock that resistance down. Okay. Yeah, until these drop off, they're probably going to have another break. Okay, what'd you give me? Unstoppable, great shooting, go juice, dependency, awful artistic. All in one bundle. I am probably not going to use that, but I will consider putting it in there for right now. Okay, we put in our gene processor there. And then KLL is making their genes for themselves. Torrential downpour. That's fine. Okay. So we can grab this. Order implantation. into KLL. Okay. And we're still net positive on our power, which is good to see. Was 18 like the max? I see. So actually I didn't... Oh no, that's fine. Yeah, because that's 6. Yeah, because that's an interesting one. Unstoppable. So they can avoid stagger and all that. That's probably not a combination I would use, in all honesty, but that's fine. We're still going to wait until we have the other stuff going on here. Let's go ahead and grab the big pile of go juice that got dropped out there. Just in case in our future we do decide to do stuff with that. Because that would be... It's honestly not a terrible thing to have some of those traits that, like, the psychite dependency and all that. That could be a whole thing. The meds as well? Well, it's just a single unit med. They'll get there. The Go Juice was a big priority because it was a stack of 15. Alright, so let's see here. Body Purist Squeamish, I have this unnatural enhancement. I feel filthy. -10. Genetic Joy. +10. So we penalized a lot of stuff, but they got super wound healing, super clotting, very fast runner, very happy. And they got a whole lot of penalties. A whole lot of penalties. But none of them are penalties towards the stuff they do here. So, you know, that's pretty cool. Because what do they do here? They research. That's it. They research. We penalized pretty close to everything else. Yeah, we gave him the poor artistic gene. So you take that off as well. Because down the road, what I'm going to end up doing is specializing a lot of the people so that we can just use the gene stuff, just absolutely max them out. Yeah, that should be good. Because like I said, super wound healing, super clotting, very fast runner. That's the big benefits. We also gave them very happy so they wouldn't get upset about it. The mild stell and stability, I'm not too worried about. The worst thing it does, it slows down your immune building. Okay. But yeah, so the big thing we're doing here is we are staying here long enough to try and get a bunch of food in storage. Alright, so we've got enough rice that if they just sit there and harvest, that'll be fine. I'm going to switch it over to corn. I don't expect them to get the corn. But honestly, by the time they get that rice pulled up anyways, we'll already have a full storage most likely. All right. We got people getting cabin fever and all that. Because they don't have a whole lot. You've got ratty apparel. Your ratty apparel is your pants. Do we not have spare pants? Because you should be making flak pants. It's queued. Oh, and it's queued under Ultimax, and Ultimax doesn't get a whole lot of crafting time. Yeah, so let's go there real fast and go to unfinished. That's S2D Vitez. They're not here anymore. Ultimax. Ultimax. S2D Vitez. And those three are Earthrush. Okay. So we had stuff that was queued up for people who are dead. Yeah, don't worry about the Grav Core. I've got Grav Core for days. We'll end up getting more Grav Cores just along the way. But I don't need to go out of my way for it, because literally we are at the max ship size so far as what we're allowed to for Grav Cores. And then I have 2 or 3 Grav Core powers that make it so I don't need any outside, like, anything for material for power now. It just power is passive. Okay, if I were to add another room on the ship, because I have about 250 tiles left I could put down, which is going to be hard to fit anywhere. The question is, where would I put them? So that's only 56 up there. Berserk on Theo because confined. Again. And the last time we lost a leg, I don't think I'm going to take chances. Theo, if you make it, you don't, you don't. You made it, congratulations. You get to stay in the recruitment program. Because the last time Theo ripped a leg off one of our people. So I'm not going to take my chance. We took our best melee. Didn't even disarm him. Just knocked him down. Yep, you took a Zeus hammer hit. That's fine. We're going to go ahead and Joy Fuzz you again. Because that ran out. And the good news is, by the time that Joy Fuzz runs out, they'll already be through their addiction. That's why you let the Wookiee win. Yep. Low-key, that's actually one of the reasons I can't stream this Friday, is, me, my wife, my older brother, and his girlfriend are all getting together to do, like, a Star Wars thing, because she hadn't seen Star Wars yet. At least I think she hadn't seen Star Wars yet. So we're introducing her. It should be fun. I'm genuinely kind of curious, for someone who hasn't seen Star Wars, going back and seeing, like, A New Hope now, without, like, all the nostalgia and everything around it, how that hits. Ooh, okay. Alright, so let's see what we got. We got Boo here. A steadfast, tough gourmand. I'm willing to consider that. Gourmand's a little annoying, but steadfast and tough on a pawn. We also have the Tech Sub Persona Core. So there's decisions to do here, chat. So with this, once we finish that research, we know the next research is going to be something pretty long and all that. And so the Tech Pro Sub Persona Core will let me skip an entire research that could otherwise take me like a whole season or 2 to get done. Boo here, though, they do have a lot to bring to the table. They are a cook. They could do construction mining. And they're steadfast and tough, so it's legitimately a good pawn. And they can back up as a crafter. This is probably the smarter long term, and this is the I want immediate satisfaction. We'll grab Boo. I want the other one more, but this is the more responsible choice. Alright, so 4 people need to go. Boom. Get on the ship. 1 second. We're alt F4ing. They insta-died because of the bug. The shuttle arrived and instant killed. At least I think that's what happened, because we got the prompt on the top. I could have mistaken, but it's one of those things that if you're going to try and mulligan it, you only got a couple of seconds. I may have jumped the gun on it and something goofed. Either way, the shuttle left, it didn't have everyone on it, and then we waited a second or two, and then I just saw the prompt about being able to convert. I think I may have overlooked it. It's fine. It's fine. We only lost a couple seconds. I think I might have jumped it on there. But the shuttle left without everyone on it, so I was just like, alright, there's been a lot of weird buggy shuttle behavior. And for those, I don't know if it's, I think it's supposed to be fixed. They had it where if a shuttle would land here, it would instantly kill everyone on board. You could lose like half your colony that way. It's one of the reasons why, even if you like to have like the commitment mode, I don't blame people who still do it not actually commitment mode, because of weirdness like that. Okay. So that also means we just straight up didn't get that quest. So you didn't see anything. The quest didn't exist. And I can't do this quest. So we didn't get either prize. Yeah, no, I think... I don't know what the shuttle was going to do. Oh, you know what it was? There's only supposed to be 3 people on it. I just goofed that. So I basically just saved Scum a good thing away, which is fine. I just, when it left and I saw the prompt and nothing was going forward, I was like, ah. Berserk Theo, didn't you just do this? Oh, okay. So it rolled back a little bit farther than I thought. Alright, well that means certainly Theo's probably going to die this time. Because that's my luck. Okay, we knocked their leg off. That's fine. I was going to give him a replacement leg anyways. Yeah, no, that was my fault. I just panicked on it. Because I've been sitting here playing commitment mode the whole time, and I know a lot of people have been like losing their entire colony because of that shuttle bug. It's supposed to be fixed. But I just had that moment, I was like, wait, what's going on? One of the people didn't go, the shuttle left. I don't see it. It was probably still on its way, and the prompt just startled me. But by then I had already killed it. Okay, we got Caravan. It's whatever. I'd rather that something like that happen than I can't imagine if you were someone who was playing a long run and you had that bug and you like left your one pacifist behind and sent like everyone on the shuttle and then just it deleted your entire colony. So you can get unstoppable by itself, which is interesting. I don't think I actually care that much about unstoppable. It's good. Pyrophobic. Indoor dweller. Alright, let's see. Is there any of these that we got duplications or better versions that we could just get rid of? No, not really. Alright, we got our books. That's all fine. But basically nothing I care about right now. I'll take your glitter just to do something. Yeah, so I basically just canceled the quest on accident. It's fine. And a big part was I misread that I think we had to fight 4 people with 3 people, which would have been fine. We'd have absolutely schooled them. Oh well. They're pulling up that rice. You're already switched to corn, which is fine. You're not probably even going to have the chance to do it. We got the research going at absolutely full speed. No, it must... I'm not sure what the timing was on that. So Joy Fuzz them. Convert KLL. KLL's converted, so everyone's on the same ideology now. And I'm not going to bother giving them the replacement leg until they're recruited. When they get recruited, we can do that. These doors can go away. Or stay open or whatever. They don't need to be doing that. We got another day till we can do another skip abduction to see if we can't get ourselves a new recruit. No, we can't. I need more bioferrite. Alright. We don't have anyone else who's got a reason to de-age. Oh no, actually KLL does. KLL would benefit from de-aging more. That's fine. That just means in the future when we actually knock someone, whether I want him or not, bring him, toss him in here, de-age ourselves on them. Okay, so we're knocking him down 2 resistance at a time. That should help. Yeah, we got half a day till the smoke leaf thing drops off. And once we have that, we shouldn't have any real big problems with keeping them happy or whatever. And the reason I'm switching those to corn is, like I said, they're pulling up all the rice. That's going to probably fill this up. If we do end up stuck on the tower for any reason, like we get a good quest for like Mech Resurrection Serum that keeps us here, slowly switching that rice over for corn, because it's a much higher nutrition per unit, would be good. And it also means they'll keep planting, and since they're a new colonist, we're trying to get their planting caught up with everybody else. That'll be a whole thing. Yes, Infinity is doing the planting. Ultimax is doing the mining and construction. Earthrush is crafting and our cook. Forsaken is strictly crafting. We have Donkey Duff and KLL, our researchers. And Mohan Riot depends on what we get out of them as they age up. Alright, any second now, that smoke leaf dependence will pop off. And Theo no longer has an addiction to deal with. So now I'll probably have to joy fuzz them every 2 days still to keep them happy. But at least the joy fuzz will be enough. And it also means I don't have to deal with someone who's got an addiction when they get out of there. How are we doing on materials? Looks like we're doing fine. You're just crafting away as aggressively as you can. Okay, so you are ready for the other bionic leg. Yep, so you can get that. Let's keep you off doctoring for right now. Cool. It also is a thing that now KLL needs a pair of bionic legs. So it's 2 bionic legs for KLL. And then next we'll try and get Theo lined up. Because we're just trying to bionic everyone out as possible. Let me go back to the doing until you have 1. Just keep having them do until you have 1 until everyone's sorted. Yep, so now you got both your bionic arms, effectively, and your bionic legs. Oh, right, Kayla will absolutely despise existence if we give him a pair of bionic legs. That's right. One thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna move the nuclear stomachs up. Because that would massively cut down on the amount of time people need to spend eating and all that. It'd also remove food poisoning and gut worms and all that as concerns. Let's see, like how the ship looks end up being boxy. You had to make a settlement because you ended up with too much stuff. Yeah, well, I mean, that is absolutely what things are gonna deal with. All right, so I think realistically, to get all the tiles the way we want them, I'm gonna need to move. We need to move one of these somewhere else. That's to be a catch. It's probably this one needs to go farther out. I can probably move it up here. And that'll open up that whole area for me to build more. So that'll be a little bit of a trick, so we're gonna need to disassemble that tile right there. You wish you could use more than 6 grav cores? I think the reality is if you made the ship bigger, you would run to the problem that it just wouldn't work with the maps. Like, yeah, it carves the area out for you, but it would just get obnoxious to the point that you'd have, like, this chunk of the map like that would just need to be cleared out every single time. And it would probably just get to be unreasonable. Gonna have you tear that up. Hit an asteroid stash, that's fine. Okay, so this one here, we're gonna reinstall that over there. And that's that way I can make that whole area wider out. Ooh, actually... I think that'll be in range. Okay, we're good. Yeah, so with that I got this whole big area, because like I said, we have like 200 something tiles to work with. 249 more tiles I could build on the ship. I don't have really 249 tiles worth of space, so we had to just move that out to kind of the extremity to get me a little bit more area we could build in. Okay, so let's reinstall you over here and reinstall you over there. So you're back up again. Your mood is crashing, so let's go ahead and joy fuzz you again. Keep that mood up. Okay, and the reason I'm sealing these off is just so raids have to fight their way in. You get it. You had a tank as well with mine. That was cool to, you could launch caravans and stuff, and got a shuttle, that make it here helpful. Yeah. You know, if you're getting into the modding scene, then like there's a whole lot extra you gotta pile in those considerations. So big problem is if I built the platform on any of these, we wouldn't be able to get out there easy. I'm not sure how I want to attach all this. It could be that this bench just goes someplace else or goes away entirely or something. Everyone's ideology is already sorted. Alright, Luxor, you take it easy. Can you make thrusters face each other like wind turbines? I believe you can. Alright, Donkey Dove has gotten themselves a, carcinoma. Oh, I put in the wrong person. And that's because they have a nuclear stomach, so every once in a while they'll get carcinoma. That's the negative of it. But it's got so many benefits, I'm going to use it anyways. You have a shuttle? What do you think of it? I have admittedly not used it yet. It's just been sitting on my pad. Because the things I would use it for is sending it off to, like, go do something and come back, but I've just been using the grav ship itself, and then the other thing I would do for it is to trade with the other colonies, but I don't really have an abundance of stuff to trade that I want to get rid of. I've got mostly just the materials I want. Nor is there anything I particularly need either. So it's kind of one of those things that it's like, yeah, it's there, but I'm not really using it. Yeah, so we're at like 249 tiles. Yeah, 249 tiles is a lot of space. It definitely expanded this where you can reach more of this out here. All the engines are just not a good place to do it. I could technically put the path out here if I made an outside of the ship path. And I mean, can I just have them cut through the production room, which is fine. Because I'm thinking about making a room that instead of the shelves, it's got like the mannequin things. So that we can just have them put the vac suits on one set of mannequins and like flak or marine armor, whatever, on the others. And you can also put your really good weapons on there so they're easy to find. But having it that far out of the way is also its own negative. The other possibility is we get rid of some of these shelves to make a path through here, and then put it there. You felt bad when you made one, but you need them, it's the meta? Oh no, like that's fine. Like normally what I'll do here is I'll have paths through it, but when I first made it, the storeroom was like that big. And very genuinely, it's like, no, I just need to fit as much in there. Alright, Mohan Rai has had a growth moment. Great memory or nimble? I'm gonna go for nimble and melee and just hope they end up getting something we can work with on that. For right now, I'm gonna make them social as well. Like, don't get me wrong, great memory is really good for leveling stuff. But we're gonna go with that, I think. To start catering them to becoming a melee pawn in the long run. And then getting a second, or getting another person who could do social, because I'm thinking they might just stay a cleaner hauler. So they can run around and focus on that. Well, cleaner hauler slash fishing hunting person. Where did your clothes go? Did you become a teenager? Like, not even adult, but like, not even a teenager. You hit 10 and you just like, hucked your shirt into the abyss or something. I guess for right now we will go ahead and do this and say, make a child's shirt. And a child's parka. And child's pants. And do until you have one of each. Okay, so next time we talk to Theo, Theo will be one of our people in the colony. So let's go ahead and we'll start getting the bionic leg sorted. We did get a nuclear stomach. So, Forsaken, it is time for you to get a nuclear stomach. Because those nuclear stomachs, for people who don't know why I'm adding those, if we check the information on it, oh, here, I can just mouse over it. It makes it work way more efficiently. They only gain hunger at 25% their normal rate. They're immune to food poisoning and gutworms. And then the negative is every once in a while they get cancer. So you know. That in real life that sounds way worse than it actually is in the game, but in the game it means every once in a while you're going to do a surgery that's going to knock a person out for a little while. Okay. And you got your nuclear stomach. Yeah, you're not wrong, it does sound bad. Oh yeah. No, like real life you don't play that game. But video game logic where you just go, I did an operation. It's all better. Detected and knock it out in an afternoon. It's definitely just hits different. Get the bionic leg up there, because once we get Theo on our side, they're going to need themselves a bionic leg. And new recruit Theo is on board. Heck yeah. Alright, so let's get into here and get your stuff set. So you got social and all that. And the plan is you are now a dedicated cook. And by making you a dedicated cook, that should allow me to start freeing up Earth Rush. So that'll be good news there. Confusion because of anesthetic, that's fine. Let's go to our brand new cook and get them in there, and that's going to be Randall Thor. And you are a melee pawn. And pop in here. I'll go and grab the Zeus hammer. Usually it's not good to double up the Zeuses. So you usually want to have like a Zeus hammer and then like a mono sword or a Zeus hammer and something else. But that's fine. We'll go to your your clothing assignments. You need to be set to melee. So I want you to put on a shield belt. Which we should have, I assume. Yeah, I've got a ton of them. So I want you to put on a shield belt. Get yourself some armor and all that. Why on... Oh, the other one's equipped. That's fine. Whoa, wait. Oh. Oh, okay, the other ones are on dead people. That's fair. Okay. So now they're all working on processing stuff. We do need to get the smelter in here. Do I have enough power extra for the smelter? I do. At least here. What I don't have is a place to put it. So I think what we could do for at least the first part of this is let's extend this room. And that should be enough there. That way I can rotate this bench up, rotate a bench down to put like the smelter and all this, and then potentially I could put like, again, the hallway that's just a bunch of vac suits or whatever. I kind of wanted to put that up here, but I mean, I got to rearrange the ship a whole lot to do that. And I don't really have a reason to doing it. Another thing I could do is I could move our ritual room, where that's kind of been the center of the ship the whole time. I could move that off to the side here. And then this would be enough room for, like, 3 or 4 rows of the mannequins, which would be more than enough to cover our colony, I think. And it'd be nice and center in the ship so people can get to them pretty promptly. I think that's the better call. Okay. So yeah, so what we'll do is we'll get this room expanded, and then I'm going to make a ritual room off the side here. This will become where we put all our armor and all that. Okay, we've got a siege raid. They're transport podding in. Okay, they got a triple rocket launcher, a minigun, 2 sniper rifles, a bolt action. They're bringing some pain. Part of me wants to try something out that is going to be an absolute waste. Who is that on? It's on Ulta? Part of me wants to try something that's going to be an absolute waste. But we haven't used it before, and I want to science it. Which is I can summon in a mech cluster at a location. And get indoors and watch the fireworks. And meanwhile, they're hiding in there, and the Cyclops is just having a go at it. Yeah, I'm glad I didn't save that for a fight I really cared about, because honestly, that wasn't as strong as I was hoping it would be. That said, it wasted their triple rocket, and it took all of their really long-range weapons out except for one of their sniper rifles. And we still have a centipede going to town. And pretty safe to say that they're going to be an assault, that they're not going to try and build their stuff. Start getting you in place, because you're probably going to start working your way down here soon. Oh, and we get the mood bonus for defeating a mech cluster. I think they're actually going to retreat. Nope. Alright, well, there's a lot of them who are basically about bled out. Nah, let's keep you out. I was gonna try and crack off a shot or two as they ran in, but it's like, no. What are you doing? You're not gonna burn my crops, are you? Because there's like no reason for it. Okay, that's fine. The Randall got bruised once. I feel that was worth it. Like I said, the mech cluster thing was a bit underwhelming, but all things considered, it pretty much defeated that raid for us, so I didn't have to go anywhere. We didn't get a whole lot of materials out of it because the whole thing burned, but we will get those mechs and that'll be some plasteel. There's a minigun here. Go ahead and haul that back, I guess. Yep. Sometimes you gotta do some good science. Alright, what we're gonna go ahead and do here is we're gonna do a shout out for Treacle. For those that don't know, Treacle and our fantastic content creator also been playing a lot of RimWorld, so definitely someone to check out if you are into RimWorld. And I can only assume if you're sitting here watching RimWorld, you're probably into it. I suspect that's how this works. But yeah, and I think that was the right call as well, because the alternative... I mean, realistically, the alternative was I would simply not have fought it. We would have just gone no. This way we're not having to worry about cooldowns or anything like that. We used an item I don't care about. That also means Ultimax will go and grab a new piece of gear, whether it's a flare pack or whatever. That'll probably be more useful. I think the mech cluster, the issue you have with there is because you don't know the strength of the mech cluster or what's actually coming. You don't know if it's something that's going to absolutely break whatever the enemy is there, and now you have to fight a really tough mech cluster, or if you're going to drop something that just gets hard countered by whatever they drop there. Like, if they had a whole bunch of like assault rifles and everything, it dropped a bunch of scythers or whatever, and they just got shredded on their way in because they just went in a couple of times. I feel like it's a little bit more unpredictable on how good it is. Okay, we got that done. I'll reinstall you up here. Because like I said, we're going to extend this room. Because then I can get the smelting bench in, and finally get that going to use. Alright, so we can go here, production, electric smelter, do that. You can build that there. Was there any other production benches we wanted? I do want an extra fabrication bench. That is something I could do, is put a fabrication bench here as well. I don't think I'm going to do that for now, because I don't really have enough people to use it. I could unsuspend that for the flooring, but I don't care about that. Hey, Finnan, how's it going? Hey, no problem, Treacle. It's always good to have like all sorts of fantastic content creators here and, you know, try and do what we can to point them out to people, help everyone find each other, that kind of thing. Let's go bump that bionic leg higher than the advanced components. Because until we do that, Randall running around on one leg, and that's just not going to be a really great thing. Meanwhile, for getting your stuff set up, so you need to be what? You're effectively a... seven by 7 space. Alright. Then go down here. So if we just have this be a hallway like this, that'd be the 7x7. Let's plan for that to be the 7x7. And that'll be our new ritual room. Combat supplier ship. We can go ahead and knock that out. Okay, what do we got here? Take the Yayo, take the Go Juice. I'll take the medicine just because it's never bad to have more medicine. Cold, sickness, and sterile I don't need. Mini horns I don't need. We got a bunch of weapons there I'm not going to use. Get rid of the normal quality weapons here. I've got better. Get rid of the normal quality minigun. Get rid of the worn out marine armor. Let's see, 740, chilly rain, slept well, is amazed you woke up. Ben 10, we've been sleeping past all vacation. Gotcha. So I do think that's going to split this growing zone into two. But we'll see. If it does, it does. If it doesn't, it doesn't. It's fine. We get the extra room shoved off there. Then we'll move all this crap over here, so we've got a proper ritual room tucked off into the corner. And honestly, for that matter, I could make like a mini prison up and down from there. Hidden installation, don't care. Yeah, I could make like a little mini prison on either side of that as well. So instead of having these hallways that are kind of subbing as a prison, we won't have to worry about quite as much people melting down constantly. Let's see, next week it's time to haul your butt up at 5 and then you're back to work again. Yeah. Yup. When you have to go back into being, like, responsible adult mode. We're getting close to getting bioregeneration research done. It's not a research I want, but we're on random research, so it's what they took. Even then, we are slowly getting archaeogenetics because of the books. Alright, when this solar flare gets done, we're going to take an inventory of our bodies and see if we lost any more of our bodies, because every time that happens, a couple of the bodies get a little less fresh. Oh, hey, could someone... Could you haul these in, please? Have you dropped this Molotov in your crops plant? Honestly, I just probably put it out again. Food's not dire. We're mostly chilling here for a minute, getting our situation sorted, trying to see if we can't get our archaeogenetics finally done, getting the bionics in the people as best we can. That's it. We're getting pretty close to time that we'll be ready to start pushing onto new locations. Because we're going to start getting to the point where I'm going to want more unique weapons and all that. Because you're just rocking a masterwork now. We've lost so many weapons. Alright. So the good news is Infinity Simplex here is making solid progress towards their plant skill. Which is why I'm just letting them tear loose, even though we basically have that, for the most part, full. Alright. So go over here. Actually, we don't need the corners anymore. So I could reinstall you here, and you there, and you here, and you there. And we can put a door here. Cool. Responsible adult, what do you mean? It just means you get to be lazy from home instead. Beggars wish for aid. They would like a big old pile of cash. All right. Cool. Got them sorted. I'm also going to need to put a light in here. And it'll run power all the way through. And honestly, since that's going to be the outcrop on this side, we'll put a power there in case I need to plug into anything. Alright, so with that, we could deconstruct that. And we'll want furniture, outfit mannequin. We will need to make those. So let's see what type of stone we have in the tile. We're going to let them start carving some stone so we can make the mannequins out of it. So on the tile, I've got slate and granite. So I'm going to go over to this and I'm going to tell you, go for the slate just because we can. It also looks like we're surrounded by slate, so I expect to see more of it. So I can start cutting the slate. And then we can start getting our mannequins in here. So I'll go here, furniture, slate. There we go. So that'll be 20. And then once they get all of those built, we'll do that. Okay, so the power interruption's over. How are the bodies? Lunar's body is still fresh. Leon's body is still fresh. Nandar's body is still fresh. Lilypad's body is still fresh. Canahawk's body is still fresh. And unfortunately, Zerk's body has gone dodgy. Alright, so we can go over here and put down a grave. Okay. Don't bury non-colonists, please. Okay, storage, human-like. Set it to them. There you go. Now I don't get the mood penalty for them not being buried. But to get the idea is I'm slowly, as the bodies get to be non-viable, we're getting rid of them. Alright. Yeah, so it did get rid of the grow zones down here. Okay, and make sure it stays on corn. That's fine. That way they'll still harvest it and do all that stuff. Cool, cool. And then we need to go zone, home zone, add that in here. Alright, so I still have 155 tiles left to go. So I can go 1, 2. Oh, we can't build up that far. Okay, well, I was going to build up for this. We'll probably do is the next time we land. Like I said, I might put like a prison cell or two just over here somewhere, so that we're not using those hallways anymore. It's fine. How goes the leg? The leg is built, so let's go to Randall. And you need a bionic leg on the left. And you can use bionic arm on the left. Cool, and you've got your missing leg replaced. So you can bump that back down and just let them keep working on this stuff. Don't care about the bandit camp. So little by little, we're bionicking everyone out. Just adding it to the pile. Oh, we have an aesthetic shaper in here somewhere. We'll wait till someone has the stone skin gland, and then we'll get them the aesthetic shaper to help counteract the penalty. So good news there is now our cook can move around faster, which is freed up Earth Rush to craft constantly, which is a huge benefit because they were having to part-time it. So that means Forsaken and Earth Rush are now dedicated crafting at all time. So it should help me keep a lot of the stuff moving forward at a faster rate. We also need to check on our vac suits. Right, so I have... Let's just bump the vac suits up to 10. That's overkill. But we've already got what's going to be 8 people here. Most likely we're going to have that stuff get destroyed. Alright, so the other thing we need to do is bills, add, smelt for slag, do forever. Smelt apparel. Smelt or destroy thing, do forever. Apparel, if it is not clean, don't worry about weapons. Actually, we can add weapons on there. If it is bio-coded. So just trash those if you got that. Smelt apparel, do forever, details. And then we can go into here, and for headgear, just go for it, I don't care. Armor, at this stage... We'll say anything that's below 50%, just get rid of it. Like don't even worry about what type of armor it is. If it's below 50%, get it out of here. So we'll start with that and we'll leave it there. Because what should happen is then as they take off the vac suits and their flak vests and they're all worn out, they should get smelted as availability happens. We'll probably want to also add smelt weapon, do forever, details. Honestly, all of those melee weapons at this stage, free to burn. Don't smelt assault rifles, beam repeaters, charge lances, chain shotguns, charge rifles, Hellcats. Actually, these are the non-unique ones. Don't do the range ones at all right now. All the melee is free game. Smelt weapon, do forever. If it is below excellent quality, and it's not unique. It's not a smoke launcher. It's not EMP grenades. So that way, like, all the lower quality sniper rifles and all that will smelt them as well. Because we're at a stage I don't need them. Okay, we got the aesthetic shaper in here. Alright. Yeah, I didn't check the resources on the map that carefully. So we got the compact machinery. Steel we could actually use being mined. I hate to do it there where all the corpses are. Because we are starting to wear that down. I'm pretty sure we... No? I mean, that's uranium. I'll mine that anyways, even though I don't really care. That's fine. Okay. Yeah, so little by little we're getting all these built. Okay, we got an aesthetic nose, an aesthetic shaper. We get a stone skin gland, and that'll be good there. One thing we could honestly probably get rid of at this stage, so I've got 1 billion batteries floating around here, and those have served us very well when we had to deal with like geothermal and all that stuff. But because I have a power source that never needs repairing, never needs renewed, I can start getting rid of a lot of these batteries. I'm not going to get rid of all of them. Psychic suppression, I don't really care about that stuff. So let's clear out some of this stuff in here. Because also, if you have too many batteries, the batteries in themselves do consume some power. So yeah, so I'm going to disassemble all these batteries, because every one of these batteries is stolen anyways. So I'm going to open this room up and see if I can't finagle things around here a little bit. Because I'm hoping I can get a second fabrication bench in here. Or at least the workbench and all that. Oh yeah, that chair doesn't serve a purpose anymore. You can get out of here. Yeah, and I've got room to grow that if I need to. Yeah, we can make this work. So what I'll do is I'll move the serum lab over here where these two batteries are, and put a workbench here. And I'll expand the room enough to put another fabrication bench there, because I can't put them right across from each other. I need an extra tile. I mean, I could actually expand the room one tile farther down. It's honestly not a bad idea, because then that makes another narrow corridor I could, you know, use as a bottleneck point. Okay. So we can reinstall that. Reinstall your chair. And I need to run the power cable through here because we broke it when we unplugged the batteries. Let's get you over here to do that battery real fast. That way we keep that bench running. Okay, we can put the toolbox there. Okay, so just trying to get ourselves a second fabrication bench up for bionics, all that kind of good stuff. We cleared out a bunch of the batteries, they're not needed anymore. Grid excess, 1,000. Let me guess. You're not connected anymore. That's fine. Okay. Alright, grid access, 1200 watts. Oh, never mind, because that's because you're not connected to the rest of the network yet. I'd really like you to get that online. There we go. And now we have a grid excess of 200. So I'll probably want to go after another grav core in not too long. But it's also fine because I can turn off the one electric smelter. I can leave these two batteries in the lab. This one I'll probably tear out. I should go ahead and do that now. And then this one can probably stay where it is. This one's probably also one to tear out in the long run. But I won't worry about that either. I'll also put one workbench there to speed up things as well. Okay. Toggle that offline. I don't need that. We can reinstall you over here. And reinstall you over there. You'll need a chair here. And then we can put the other fabrication bench right there. And also give me a spot for one more shelf part. That, like I said, we could probably make that steel. Because the idea is then we'll keep all the, actually we could make it steel and or gold. I kind of need both. It's fine. Probably the gold. And then once we get all these built, I'll tell them to only be allowed to be flak vests and vac suits. And that should help. Yeah, because I'll take that apart and I'm going to make it into another gene bank, I think. There's also a possibility I could clean extra clutter out of the gene banks and put another one of the gene processors, but I don't think that's going to be needed. We'll see. All in all, we're getting all of that rearranged, trying to get some more stuff. I still have 137 tiles, and like I said, that's probably going to go in the prisons, and that'll probably be all of our tiles that will have maximized the ship size. Alright. And anything you want to do in addition to that is going to come at compromises. We'll have to give up some space and stuff, which is fine. Like, honestly, like, we could certainly make this way more efficient, that there's so much area wasted on walls in this entire ship. But it's just kind of one of those things, I don't really have much of a need to fix it. Because while the crunched space at the beginning of the run is really rough to deal with, it quickly becomes much less of an issue as the run goes on. Alright, so now I can go and build a copy of the fabrication bench down there. Because then what I can potentially do is one fabrication bench dedicated to just dealing with, like, components, advanced components, and the other fabrication bench, we can free it up to just do the bionics. Alright, so if you're going to get that turned on right away, we're probably going to have to deal with power. Yeah, so it's minus 50 power, which is really not much. So bills, add, components, do until you have 50. Advanced components, do until you have 10. I'm going to tell that one to go to 25. So that one will keep running. In the meantime, we're going to tell this one to stop making components. Or rather, change that. You will make components. But you're only going to be set to do components up to 25. And the reason for that is pretty much to have it so just the one bench is set to primarily do components, and the only time the other bench comes into place is if we, like, literally ran out of components. And so that one's also set to 10, this one's set to 25. You get the idea. Alright, so we got another mech cluster landing nearby. It is causing fog. That's fine, we're gonna go zone. Expand allowed area close to home. Just gonna keep that top area off limits. And just carry on like it's not there, because I don't really care. We're at the point we can bugger off if a real threat pops in here. Otherwise, in the meantime, it's just chilling up here. There's nothing I want from it. Well, I mean, the one thing about some of those, like, forced weather things like fog is they can prevent rain. So when you get something set on fire, it just burns forever. There's just nothing for it to have done with it. If you don't look at it, it makes it disappear. One of the best ways to deal with things? Absolutely. Alright, so we're still power negative a little bit. That's fine. We also should go to furniture. Slate shelf. Because like I said, we'll put the gold on that shelf. And the goal is to get the materials that we need for crafting here, right here. So Forsaken is over here mostly getting the vac suits sorted out. Because we're going to need that. Yeah, it's fine. And meanwhile, Earthrush can just work on these over here. Because ultimately, Earthrush and Forsaken will just be working the two benches for the most part. You tried that with yourself in the mirror, but each time you turn around, you're still there. Alright. Yeah, and I'm having them mine more steel because now we're getting so much stuff out of this room. Okay, so I got that shelf done, so before we go farther, storage, clear all, critical, gold. Yes. So that should mean they grab all the gold and they move it onto that shelf. I'm actually getting low on gold. That's been a weird one, because I've been up to my eyeballs in it, but we're just sitting here churning out advanced components. They all use a little bit of gold, one after the other. Yeah, it's only 3 gold per component, but considering each and every one of those things is like 3-4 advanced components and all that, it's just adding up. And Sunshine, another 3 stream streak. Thank you so much for catching the last 3 streams. Really do appreciate it. Okay. Low on gold, has 800, time to go mining. Hey, but it's just ticking down. Just ticking down more and more. Like, actually the fact that we can see, like, so much of the components just vanishing is, like, a whole big thing. Or the fact that I keep mining all this steel up, and I see it disappear from here, but my total steel count isn't going up that much, because we're just eating up all of that. Yeah, because you're getting to the point that these are coming along. Alright. Because ultimately the idea is one of them would be working on the bionics for the most part, and the other one's just going to be like backfilling the advanced components. And apparently you've reset again. We don't want to research that. There's literally nothing I can get from it. At least I'm pretty sure there's no anomaly research left to do. Yep. Not unless we see other events. And if we find someone who's got hunting time and nothing else to do, looking at you, get some combat skill built up. Yeah, honestly, with depressive and all that, your mood is being perfectly well handled. What is the next research? Come on, archogenetics. Come on, archogenetics. I want to start the treadmill of getting everyone to be deathless and super fast moving and healing and all the shenanigans that we just become ridiculous. We just start knocking out endings because our pawns, even when they die, they don't really die unless they get brained. I appreciate Infinity Simplex using a beam repeater for hunting. Tox filtration. At least it's one that's like 90% of the research already. And then they let me just add more organs onto the list. Yeah, because that one's already 75% done, basically. Because we've had the book this whole time. And I believe with that one, isn't that literally... Yeah, that's literally every single one of the bionics will have been researched after that's done. And the good news is archogenetics is slowly getting processed in the books. Why are the animals glowing? So we are using the Camera Plus mod, which just lets me zoom in real far and far out. And that's just for streaming reasons and all that. But one of its things is it does, when you zoom out far enough, put a border around the animals. Makes them stand out. I actually really appreciate that. I kind of find it hard that when you're zoomed out and you can't really see anything. I do appreciate highlights. Because they added that to your characters in the game. That it didn't used to do that either. But I appreciate they did that. What is your research skill at? 14. and 18. Everyone's already converted. Oh, you should be switched to melee, because I've already learned that anytime you got a melee person, just set them to, like, automatically respond with that. Oh, hey. Yeah, we've got people running around now just hunting, which is totally fine. Do we have a fishing zone? I don't think we did. And what are you upset about? Supreme expectations, and you observed rotting corpse. That's fair. Alright, storage. Do not allow fresh. Storage. Okay. So let's change you to low. You're normal. Do not allow rotten. Do not allow human-like. Because that'll help keep them from running down here as much. They got a couple in here they'll grab and move over. But I'll take care of that. We got a combat supplier. Now we get to see if they're going to aggravate the mechs, because sooner or later those mechs they're going to kick off, and if they start attacking, we'll probably bugger off at that point. Okay, what do we got here? Elongated fingers. That is one that's good for crafters. I don't think I've got a place to store that. Oh, warm? We're not going to use warm, so we'll trade it. Alright, so tox filtration is researching. Honestly, we can get rid of that because you're about to get that from research any second now. We got our nuclear stomach in stock. I got some junk weapons. Molotovs. There's a couple of shield belts that are basically completely and utterly ruined. And I'll take your medicine. Crypto sleep soldiers. Well, that's perfect, because that's where we'll go, like... Why is that unpowered? Ah, right. We took the battery out. It's not hurting anything with those ones unpowered, but still. Because then it's going to go here. And just go ahead and have another one of those ready. Okay, so we've got another nuclear stomach produced. So you've got that. Operations add, and we can go for the nuclear stomach. And get the nose and the shaper all on you. Because then we'll still have the stone skin gland, which is the higher priority one. Okay, so one by one we're adding more and more bionics to people. Finish the last surgery while you're there. Okay. Because then we'll get the stone skin gland as well, to make them extra tanky and all that. Help them live. And also when they get up, I think they get to have some Luciferum. I think I'm gonna keep my melee people on the Lucy. It just does so much that it can really help them stay alive. It'd be fun to be able to put everyone on it, but I've learned that lesson already. That was That was a bad time. Okay, you're back up. Go ahead and have your shield belt. Go take a hit of some Lucy. Alright. Yeah, so you moved up to an excellent shield belt, so we got 2 excellent shield belts. Yeah, that's fine. Alright, so I think once we have this, probably once they start pulling up this corn. Do you wake up anytime soon? Do I have to worry about this? Initiates in 5 days? That's fine. Don't resow those. Where are you going? Why are you beelining directly into the mechs? You know what time it is, chat? It's time to go. Okay. So where is the unique weapon location? Quests. Ancient Mercenaries is way over there. That seems like a mighty fine location to go right now. Because our food is basically full. We got all the materials I cared about after the map. We were just kind of chilling. That thing had a good, like, 8 centipedes and was causing fog. Killing our accuracy. That's fine. If I'm going to fight some stuff, I want to fight it for loot. So let's go over here. We can go pick a fight with what was it, like 9 mercenaries with a unique weapon. Let's get some more fancy weapons. See what we can get our hands on. Alright. So we got the facility up there. Taking a quick peek to see if there's any obvious ancient dangers along the sides here. I don't expect to be, because that whole thing is taking up so much of the map. That's fine, so we can land here. Okay, we got components down there. So let's see if there's gold. There is gold ore on the map behind them. Got a lot of components on the map. A lot of components on the map. Some of these will be really dangerous to mine. Alright, but before we get too far, give everyone a chance to recover. What we're going to go ahead and do is, you're better now? No. So I'm going to run up with Forsaken here real quick. We're just going to peek one of these doors. We're not trying to actually do the fight. We're just trying to find the door that's the hallway. That'll do well enough. Okay, so we got assault rifle, a Hellcat, a machine gun, an EMP, a chain shotgun, an auto pistol, a revolver, Who's the one rocking the unique weapon? There it is. So the unique weapon in this one is Baz Guns Titan. It is an extended magazine, so it fires 50% more rounds, and it has a 20, or it has hollow points of 20% more damage. So it is an assault rifle of Mordaka. So we can give everyone a chance to recoup. They've got a decent amount of firepower here. Atlas Wreckage, that's fine. So again, what I'm trying to do here is get where we can get some good eyes, so that when it comes time to initiate this fight, I kind of take just who their biggest threat is, pop out, wreck them before they have a chance to figure out what's going on, and then give ourselves a position to fight from. Okay, there's the hallway. Yes, I do have a person who's got a shield backpack here. Alright. How much longer? Pretty much we'll go once we have the anesthetic wore off, or if they attack us. But I think with our short-range weapons, probably the place to take the fight is over here, because they can only go around kind of the two ways, and both of those are in shotgun range. So we should be able to just have kind of peak range there. They won't have much cover to work with. Oh, that's fine. I need the aesthetic to wear off. Never mind, they're going to attack me. I can live with this. So they attack me, we're taking away their big benefit is that they have way more range, like long range, than I do. So by them initiating on me, it means they're initiating at my range. Yep, how'd that Goju's handle you? Okay. Anyone else want some? Back off so you get... Why do I hear another gun firing? Oh, I think it might have just been just the revolver. Okay, your shield went down. You just get out of here. You've done your job. Oh, wait, actually, you are the big buff for everyone, aren't you? Randallthorpe, back off. And nicely done. Okay, so with that going on, I'm going to... Because you all have unique weapons. That's the only not unique weapon we have here. So we're going to go ahead and put you on a unique weapon. You actually survived. You are a depressive pyromaniac who's incapable of hauling, firefighting, or skilled labor. To hell with you, man. So I am going to capture them. But they're not going to like what happens with it. Okay, so we check the injuries. We got 1 bruise and 1 bruise. And put you in the longer range area. Don't care about small child quest. Okay, we can go orders. Allow all. So we need to set some stuff. So regular stockpile over here. Regular dumping stockpile over there. Corpse stockpile up there. And fishing. Do not allow rotten or human-like corpses. Strip everyone in case they have anything worthwhile, and so we can smelt stuff. You go and haul the Masterwork Chain Shotgun out of here. And you're getting this person patched up. Because we're going to immediately go over here to our ritual room and say, hey, chronophagy, I feel like KLL wants to be a little bit younger than they currently are. Just checking, no one has any bonuses? Nope. So we're going to go ahead and knock about 18 years off of our age. I do appreciate when they attack you and you're just like, alright. That's fine. Cool. Chronophagy, do you have any amazing skills? You do have really high shooting. And Infinity Simplex really needs high shooting. So when we wake up in the morning, we might be borrowing some skills. I do need more anomaly creatures, though, to keep that fed. Because it was, the phylophagy. So we just gotta wait here till people have a chance to sleep and eat and all that stuff. Yeah, it's 20 bioferrite. And that's a shard. That's fine. Okay. So target. And we're gonna boost your stats. All right. Because what that should do is I believe it'll take, I think, half of their shooting and pass it on to Infinity Simplex. It'll be something like that. It's a really good amount. So anytime you have a pawn who's got a really high amount of skill, you can do that if you got the shards to spare. We're just going to keep an eye on Infinity Simplex and see how much that shooting goes up. Because I think that's what, Lacadia had for their max skill. And just like that, Infinity Simplex is genuinely a good shot now, at 10 shooting. But as you can see, it robbed them a bunch of experience too. So with that, prisoner, you have contributed what we need to the colony. You may leave. We stole 20 years off of your life and a lot of your skills. And your unique weapon. Also caused a minor amount of serious brain damage. It's fine. Just because we can, I don't really care about what we got there. Alright. Yeah, so we've got them set up to mine a bunch of stuff, but before we get too far, I'm going to let them recover. We still need to check out the building. There's still probably goodies in here. Face Simplex is having a, Yeah, you're happy that you were involved in a ritual. Why do you seem to be going slow? What are you making? Just the speed advanced components go. Alright, so everyone's starting to be back up. No one's getting food. Let's go clear this place. Except for you, your child. Stay out of it. Okay. Cool. Deconstruct. Deconstruct. Deconstruct all these. Get our ranged people in here. Cool. Handled. You're just going one thing to the next. Okay. Oh, I see. There's a component box there. That's fine. Okay, you go pop that box. All right. Okay. So I've got all that sorted. Got those two queued to destroy walls to check if there's anything in there. Schedule on, restrict everyone. We got the whole place we can check out. You just got one little sting on you and that's it. So we're all really good shape for the whole thing. World map wise, let's go ahead and have you deal with the Timberwolf. Is that the only dangerous map? There's a Timberwolf, there's a Cougar, and there's a Red Fox. Just gotta keep an eye on those, that way they don't catch anyone by themselves. Alright, meanwhile, let's go and check for safe. There's no safes. Component boxes. I did miss one. I don't care about the steel boxes. And we only had one steel container, we got that too. Nothing particularly major there. We're waiting for this person to be able to get back up, and then we're gonna let them go. Because we've done horrible things to them. Alright. We got all of this stuff to continue to bionic out our people. We're getting pretty close to the point of getting the tox filtration, at which point I'll add those onto the queue. And then we're still hoping we'll get genetics to show up. At least if we get like recon armor and all that. That'll start giving us options, because then I can start making locust armor for our melee pawns. And start, you know, getting better armor than just flak for a bunch of people. Area revealed. Yeah, there's nothing in those. I didn't expect there to be anything. Okay, there's just 2 tiles of gold there, not much. Alright, we take our prisoner out of here. Okay, so with that done, I still have 137 tiles worth of floor I can put down. And the idea is I want to make 2 prison cells. We'll see where that leaves us at. Because then what we'll do is we'll put a steel door here, and then wherever they match up, we'll do that. Psychoid Brewing. Well, at least we finally are getting it. That'll be really fast, since that's like the first area of tech. Alright, so let's see here. Detoxifier kidney and detoxifier lungs. Do until you have 1 of each. Okay. Because we just might as well make them as nice of prison cells as we can, because we don't have the amount of tiles needed to do anything else meaningful. We're just gonna shove that on there. See what we can do. And if we have like a couple of tiles here and there, that could be for like additional grav core power and all that. Compensated bloodshed. I don't really want those. You need to be bringing mech resurrection serums in here, legendary weapons, armor, a big old mountain of gold or plasteel. Oh, I see. 1 second. Okay. Oh, we are having power tick down in a big way. Alright, turn off the smelter for right now. And turn off the tailoring bench. Oh, we can reinstall that light on that side to make it more balanced. We're still 350 below. What do I want to pull the power from? You can turn that off. Yeah, we're going to go for a grav core here in a minute. I think that'll be the next thing, because if we get the grav core, that'll help out. Let's see here. We turn off the machining bench for right now, I think. And that should have us solidly in the positive on power. Okay. So with that, I still have a decent number more tiles. So I'm going to go ahead and expand these out this way. And that way. Heck, I can actually see making these bedrooms for, like, our leader and our moral guide. Because making these bedrooms for the leader and the moral guide would definitely help with the mood stuff. And then they could always be made into prisons as needed. Just flip it to be a prison when... you don't have need for that. Psychoid Brewing. Archogenetics. Finally. Finally. It's been 10,000 years. But it's finally time. Also, because I had Psychoid Brewing, we're going to switch that. Actually, no, go ahead and leave that to potatoes. We'll take this one up here. We'll switch that to Psychoid. We're probably not going to do any Psychoid on this one. You selling the ship? No. I missed where the, that comes from. Okay. Oh, that's a terrible place for those doors. Okay, so we can go here. Alright, so I'm gonna need air production in all these rooms. Glad we didn't go to space with that not sorted. We'll have that. We will want furniture. And we can go to power. Cool. And we'll have those two rooms in the back to operate either as prisons or as actual bedrooms as needs arise. So we can get rid of those. They're done forever. Okay. Now we'll allow sandstone. The reason I'm allowing sandstone is so we can go and expand the flooring, because we've been using sandstone for everything. So even though it doesn't really matter, keep it consistent. We'll also have to keep an eye on our power. Yeah, like I said, we're going to go for the grav core next, because that'll give us an extra 1200 watts, and that'll stabilize the power. The Archogenetics is just coming along. Alright, and we could check. They've got all these orbital platforms and all that. They can be fun. But if we're going to go for a grav core, I've got 2 in space we can get to. I'm not seeing any on the ground, so we're looking at a space one. Hey, Azrael, how's it going? So we're down here. So that's probably going to be the closest one. So we can start, like, going this way and just grabbing what we can in that direction. Is going for the grav core. Ooh, look at all the bionics getting done. Alright. Not too bad. How's the world of Rim? It's going good. Okay, so let's look. So you can use a bionic arm. So let's get bionic eye. Also, let's make sure we set your medicine to be better. Bionic eye. Bionic arm. Stone skin gland. And I think we're good there. Yep. And then there's also a leg. You're good there. So go ahead and get you the bionic leg. And get your medicine bumped up. High psychic drone. That's great. Just back to back to back surgeries. Yep, because we got both legs, both arms, the stomach, the stone skin gland. Oh, you don't have the aesthetic stuff. Whoops. I meant to put it in the other person who's got the aesthetic stuff. It's fine. You'll just have to deal with people not liking you due to physical appearance for a little while. It's basically just the way real life tends to work, that people get super judgy about physical appearance. Alright, so with the high psychic drone, and the fact we're already planning on moving anyways, let's just get out of here. Oh, I can get straight there from here? Alright, 1 second. Assignments. Spacefarer. Everyone on Spacefarer. Yep, welcome to my world, little pawn. If you thought life was hard on the Rim, you ain't seen nothing yet. Oh, also, I need to go here. Allow removing items. Because everyone's going to go and get their equipment on. Work on Randall Thor real fast. There's your bionic legs. So just getting everyone a chance to quickly get all their vac suits on. And once everyone's got their vac suits on, we will get on our way. So Infinity Simplex still needs their vac suit. Mohan Rai, we don't have a kid's vac suit, I don't think. Am I wrong about that? No, we do not have a kid's vac suit. That's fine, we don't take them into the fight anyways, so they're just going to chill inside the ship. And also, before I forget, that is part of the home zone. Alright, everyone is vac suit or bettered out. Let's go get that grav core. That way we don't have to worry about power issues at all. I just wasn't expecting to be able to jump all the way straight there. I'm really hoping that's not Mohan Rai in the front there, where it's about to be vacuumed. If so, they'll learn a lesson. Or not. Off to destroy the hive mind? No, not yet. We're about to get archogenetics. I'm gonna get another grav core. I actually need 2 grav cores because I still have to build the jammer for actually doing the whole thing. Yes, all the external guns are disabled. Yeah, there isn't an angle where they won't be able to attack the rest of the ship. That's fine. Actually, let's moosh it right there. So that way if anything attacks, I gotta go the whole way around. Okay, you are now restricted to indoors only. And the entire interior of the ship is good. Make sure we have this set correctly. Yep, that's fine. Alright. Meanwhile, everyone else, let's ride. I already can't remember who was our researchers. Donkey Dog. So you scrolled through Reddit, your baby just exploded. Any guess which subreddit is on? Oh, that's clearly Twitch. You arrived at a fun time? Yep. Let's go get ourselves a grav core. Okay, that's fine. Go start smacking. Go start smacking. Yeah, you're recovering from you're both recovering from anesthetic. This might not be the time I should be doing this. Okay, actually, bring it back. Bring it back. I'm realizing how many of those I'm running into. Alright, head towards this door. You'll enjoy it, little robot. Alright, so that way's pretty bad. We can run on up here and start working on this door. Oh man, there's like almost every single gun in this place is operational right now. Okay, that's a bit spicy. That's a lot of them that are operational. Let's try checking these back rooms and staying out of the main corridors and see if we can't disable those or turn them against each other or anything like that. So I can go over here. Pop open this box. You two get in position on that door. That's a spicy room. Okay, let's have you in position on that door to watch for the flank. You all get around here to avoid friendly fire as best we can. You go aggro the mechs. Cool, we got that sorted. Okay, that's that handled. You go deal with that. Can I get a shout out for Penny Meowie, by the way, who's an absolutely fantastic content creator as well. Also been doing stuff like RimWorld and a whole bunch of good stuff. So definitely someone to check out. Good times over there. Oh, that is not the way I want you to go. Get back in there. Let's try that again without going out into the hallway of death. This is a really unfortunate place. So the problem is there's 6 turrets all covering that hallway. And while we can certainly run up and just give them a smack, and honestly, it'll go fine. No, don't shoot the fire foam. The issue I have is that's a lot of fire. Oh, we got a problem. You two get under that one. You'll get behind cover. Because the shield belts will do work. Alright. Because I'm thinking I can do... is tower people with their shield belts. Split up. Minor break risk on you because you're hungry. Go ahead and eat your food if you got on you. Because my hope here is I can run one way, run the other way, and split the fire on the turrets. Okay, you lead this charge. You follow up. You get in position to help bail them out. Okay. Back off. Back off. Get back in. Back off. Solidly done. Okay, so we got the one down there, we got these two. Alright, let me go ahead and do this, which is shout out for Penny Meowing. So again, check out Penny Meowing, absolutely fantastic content creator. Plays a whole variety of games, playing some Inkborn last time. I actually don't know that game if you want to tell me a little bit about it. But been doing RimWorld and a whole bunch of good stuff. You dreamed RimWorld the last couple, a couple nights ago. Yup. Alright, so let's have you rush this. You rush that. You all stay up here, but flank to be ready to pop in. That is not part of the plan. Starvation on you. Deal with the mech. You get up there. You down here. The rest of you get out. Melee's got this. Okay. Randall Thor is potentially in trouble. Okay, we just have our people running around here. Very genuinely in these close quarters with the shield belts. Alright, that's what you don't want. Randall Thor's shield did go down, so it's going to take a while to recharge, so let's try and back off. We can get Randall Thor out of here, we'll get Forsaken. Yeah, so we cleared all the sentries up there, we just got the one here and the two back there. We did kill a couple of the mechs running around. Which the big concern there is that we'd lose our shields and then the mech would roll in. Everyone else is restricted to stay there. And the only injury we took was a bruise. Actually, sorry, a cut. Apparently got a cut to the heart. Alright. Yeah, so then I've got... Yeah, it's only the heart. Yeah, no, it's not a big deal. So I got those and those two. And now we go check out these other buildings. I haven't seen more of the mechs rolling around. There's one. I was gonna say there's going to be at least a couple, if not half a dozen more of them. And your recreation is unfulfilled. We are very net positive on our power, which is good to see. Which is why we're here for the grab core, by the way, is so I can bump my power up so I don't have to have as much turned off. I haven't decided yet where I'm going to put it. One of the logical places would be to get rid of this one shelf here, extend that out, and shove it in that closet. Just to make it so various drop pod raids and all that, it's unlikely to get targeted. Alright, looks like we're all good to go for another round. Okay, let's start you. Okay. Okay, we got a door to hack back here. Alright, go smack it. Someone go smack it. That's fine. As long as it got smacked. Okay, we got that down there. And then that room's gonna be potentially dangerous. Oh, we're upgrading our television. Okay, so this room, there's nothing in it. It's off limits. You two get over there. Range team get in position to support in case we got mechs moving in behind them or something. Oh, you just keep running up the hallway, actually. Forsaken's got that one. Maybe that's a bit ambitious from me. Okay, it turned out fine. Alright, so like I said, that room is going to potentially be a little bit of stuff. Yep, we can steal stuff. Oh yeah, absolutely. That's not apparently an actual room there. Okay. I hate that room. Get all the way back here. Get all the way back here. Alright. Okay, this won't be as bad as it first looked. Alright, so plan here is mash all those ones up there. We need to anger the wasps. Easy enough. Okay, range team get way back now. Because now I need to anger the Hunter drone, hopefully just that, not the wasps. Do not shoot past literally everything. Okay, never mind, back off, back off. Alright. You're good, just a little hit to the leg. Go punch that in the face. Alright, back off again. And I'm just trying to avoid, because those are explosive crates. So I don't want to explode it on the explosive crates. Alright, so everyone can run over here. Because this room should be all clear, which it's interesting that that room had so much defenses in it, considering there's nothing in here. I mean, you can steal the fire foam. Alright. So let's grab our 2 melee, move them up here. Range, get in position. We're almost done. Got busted television to take apart. We can allow our free vac suit to loot here. More cryopods. So these cryopods, we're just going to go ahead and deal with them. Okay, cryopods handled. Okay. And easily handled. Strip that body. Major break risk on you, because you're getting really hungry. Get out of here. Cargo pods, something useful. Alright, so no one else needs to be here for right now. Go deal with your stuff. Bunch of jade. Okay, so we basically got almost everything done. Hey, Rachel, how's it going? We're gonna go back to top ourselves off one last time. I need to pop these cryopods. I need to hack this door. I need to destroy that thing. And then otherwise it's looting the place. But bear with me, chat. I need to use a restroom real fast, so I'm gonna quickly do that, and I'll be right back. So thank you again so much for tuning in. I'll be back here in just a couple minutes, but thank you again for tuning in. But I want to eat the pizza. Okay. Yes, I did just dodge an asteroid by taking apart the place it was going to hit. You see nothing. You see nothing, worker. You move on. You killed 5 of my guards. No, get out of here, guard. There's nothing to see here. Oh, would you look at that? No. She does not put up with people who kill her guards.
I'm okay if you're anxious, so long as we don't get anxious. Right now, I don't want to see anxious on our character. We're just going to see if our Nimble 5 will carry us through. Now, our hope is that we actually got the zombies off the car.
Don't be in a big building. All right, and we are back. Yep, so just patching ourselves up real quick. Then I got these 4 to deal with here. I got this room up here to unlock. Destroy that. That's basically just take whatever we want. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna claim that TV. We took out our TV. And we're gonna go ahead and upgrade from a sad little tube TV back to the flat screen we were supposed to have. Because we did have one of those, and then a raid destroyed it. And why make what I can steal? Alright, so what's going on with Randall Thor? Why are you upset? You have observed a lot of rotting corpses. Your recreation is unfulfilled. I have your schedule set up, right? Yeah? Yeah. It's fine. I'm gonna go orders, allow everything. I'll also want to go up here, dumping stockpile over there, regular stockpile there. Oh, don't put it there. That's a mistake. Asteroid group. A group of pirates, the asteroid group, have arrived by transporters nearby. They'll prepare for a while and then they're going to attack. All right, that's a lot of pods. That's a lot of pods. Okay. Okay, you are packing a lot of a lot. All right. New plan. We're going to hold our position. We're going to wait for them to come into our kill room. And we're going to do as the kill room implies. And we are going to take their mushy, mushy, tender bodies and fill them with lots of bullets. I see one shield pack. I think we'll be fine. No, hey, there's an EMP launcher that's just laying here. You don't have anything super long range, do you? You got the bolt action. Oh, wait, you don't have vac suit. I was gonna say, I could potentially sit with Mohan, and when they go around, pop off shots at them. Unfortunately, since we did just clear all the defenses, there's nothing for them to do there. Alright. So, melee get into position. Chain shotguns get into position. In position. Slow fire weapons get into position. You get into position. I appreciate that their melee is in the back for some reason. Not gonna complain about that. We do have Vertigo Pulse ready. Vertigo is on Ultimax? No, it's Donkey Duff. No, okay, yeah. In a pinch... In a pinch, I can have Donkey Duff step to the side and Vertigo the whole group. Alright, so we got the first ones coming in with their Go Juice. I don't like that they're just bypassing everything. Why are you just bypassing everything? There are rules here. This is really bad. They're just ignoring my melee people and just rushing in past all of it. You get over there. Why are they just bypassing all of it? Well, luckily they flamethrow it over their own people. Alright, well this cluster needs to stop. Alright, we're gonna Vertigo Pulse right in the middle of all of this. You need to move forward so you can keep firing. Okay, so you're gonna go down on your own. Okay, so Forsaken did die because that was weird. They just, like, don't get me wrong, I didn't have them blocking, but they were just all ignoring running in, and that's bad for us. KLL lost a lung. You're just downed. So the others are not in too dire of shape. Of course, both my doctors are down. Alright, so... Where are you? Okay. Rescue them. And Randall Thor's there. So rescue them. KLL's back there. Rescue them. Meanwhile... You're both terrible. I won't deal with your stuff. Yeah, no, it was the fact that for whatever reason they just ran right by. And that one got up and tried to cause trouble. So sentry guns just opened up on them. Okay. So our doctors are going to start tending. And honestly, I don't care that they're destroying any of that. That doesn't matter to me. The only thing I really care about in there was back there. They did destroy the TV before I got it. It's fine. I'll make my own TV. Yeah, and that's probably exactly what it is, Smod, was they were running for the cover. Back here. Yes, your animals. Gonna require lots of cleaning. Yep. That is not how I should have done that. Okay, we're fine. Oh, don't leave that in the door. If you leave that in the door, you're just gonna let all the air out. Okay, so meanwhile... You're grabbing the medicine. Where is... among all the bodies in here. So Forsaken's body got kicked all the way out there. So get you sorted. You didn't automatically queue that back up. That means that one tile wasn't home zoned. We can bury that body real fast, and we will do a funeral. Well, it is just a revolving door for the melee team. Just a revolving door for the melee team. There is no keeping people in the melee team alive for like more than one day. Insulting spree, cool man. That's gonna really help everybody. Go grab your Zeus hammer. Go grab the go grab your EMP gun. I don't even know where the other Zeus hammer got. It's in there. It just sucks because it's just as like I get someone starting to settle in. Because that's the thing that's hurting the colony right now is a lot of our combat people don't have very high levels in combat because we replace so many. Shield user with a ranged weapon. Dude. Stop. Yeah, no, I know we can do the search. I was just sitting there trying to look for it. It's always possible... Yeah, that's alright. That's where it is. Let's haul this back in. And the whole base is just going up in fire, which is fine. Yeah, so Forsaken Heart was one of the new ones. Why aren't you eating or sleeping or anything, man? Go grab your custom Reaper. I know you're about to collapse from exhaustion, but that's what you get for being an insulting spree person. Okay. Yeah, no, I searched for it. We grabbed it. Okay, so they burned all that out. We still have these to pop. And I still got this to go, and I still got that to hack. Actually, we did hack it. And the worst thing, so what was Forsaken Heart was our crafter, weren't they? Also, don't be a crafter in the colony. I mean, I knew it was going to be a hard fight. It's just when they ran right past our line, I'm like, that's not how that's supposed to go. We're supposed to hold them at the door, so the only one in danger is the melee at the front line. But even then, it was a melee who did die. Did we lose anything else? I know I saw we lost a lung. Yeah, we did lose a lung. So once they're all patched up, we still got to go pop these, which is going to be another fight. The worst thing is Forsaken actually was the one who got the stone skin and everything set up. So of the two of the melee, they were the ones who should have had a much lower chance of dying. No, I can't see all your health stuff, can I? Yeah, I can. Yeah, so I had the stone skin gland and all that. But yeah, just torso got destroyed. Chain shotguns. In the interim, you three go out here. We'll have you destroy that. We can do that right now. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Oh, also Infinity. Leave that alone for right now. We could check. It could be something good in there, but let's wait till we have people there, because it can also be a mechanoid. Okay, so you're pretty close to being back in action. You're getting close to being back in action. This colony has been so cursed. I wanna strip all stuff off them because they had gear, but I'm thinking we should wait until we have their bodies not right in the doorway. That way all the crap we don't want just doesn't lay on our ship everywhere we go till whenever. Alright, so you got 1 health on both of those. You almost lost your nose. You almost died as well. That was also our colony leader, so let's go ahead and get ourselves a brand new leader. I was gonna say, these three are the ones that have been around here for this whole time, the 3 that have been holding out from the initial heavy losses we took. So at least the people we've been rotating out now have been new recruits. Alright, meanwhile also, breach health to get you back in here because you are a ball of injuries. I think we're going to see if that is the problem. Let's get rid of these 3 spots of cover, because that'll probably prevent them from going there, and if they go to these sides, my melee are here and here. Because that's the first time for as long as I've been using that defense that they just beelined through my entire line. Because I usually can't just have my melee stand inside the door. Did you get a dumping ground to set the bodies? Yeah, I got a dumping ground up here. It's just right now they've got enough stuff they're dealing with that it's not getting done. Because Mohan Rai does a lot of the hauling, but they can't go outside because of the lack of vac suit, because they didn't make a kid's vac suit in advance. Meanwhile, what we could do is go down to here. Get that sorted so that we can get the next grab core generator, which is the whole reason we came down this way. Alright, with that we can go to power. And then we have the grav core up there. I probably should have already noticed when the ones with the, who were on the Go Juice got here first and they ran back here. I should have probably already made the realization they weren't going to behave the way I want them to. Now, unfortunately, the only alternative I could have done is held the person in the doorway. And the problem with that is then the whole hallway shoots them and just drops the shield. Which is how we've had, one or two get taken as well. It's just they stepped out, got blasted by the whole hallway. That's interesting, because we've been using that for a while, and that's only the first time. But we're about to get Deathless. I've already got it stashed here, we're just waiting for the current research to finish. And then once we get that, most of those deaths won't happen. I'll just get downed for a couple days. Orbital debris. That is... Have at it, man. Good job. Randall Thor's injuries were bad enough. He went through an entire preach health. And they're still recovering. Oh, are you... Oh, you're a Yatkin. That's why. Yatkins take forever to heal. That's the reason I usually don't take them. Alright, With the hallway, can you not convert it into a right angle so they turn just before they reach the melee guys? Yeah, no, I can do that. I can force them to turn there. Part of the reason I had it lengthwise is for when we have like Manhunter packs or just straight up melee pawns. That's when I would have everyone just stand back here and shoot down the lane. But, you know, it's kind of one of those things. Like the other possibilities, I could put a doorway here, leave it open, and have two routes to go through, depending on what's there. But I'll worry about that after everything gets fixed and we get all that out. Does the RimWorld hallway have a bend just for the opening so that the pawn with the two enemies can be shooting towards the melee? Could be the kill box is part of the open world, so instead of the AI invading a room, they said the barricades just go for them. Yeah, no, they definitely, I think people were right in saying that they were going for the cover back here. I think you are correct in that regard. Cache of goods, Tech Prof Sub Persona Core. Alright, so now I get a bunch of extra power. Go ahead and turn that back on. Turn this back on. And turn this back on. Still have 420 watts of spare power, which I think everything is on. It's gonna take you ages to get over that. That's the reason I almost never run a Yetkin. It's just that slow healing is a real doozy. Man, you're only halfway healed too. Alright, well I'm unwilling to wait. Alright, Randall Thor, I'm unwilling to wait that long. Because I'll be 2 more raids in deep before we actually get out of here. Yeah, no, we've got that. We're literally just waiting for things to get done. Okay, you two focus on this one, because they shielded. You're just... Yeah, you all get over here real fast. Because they popped their shield, so we're going to use that against them. Okay. And I can go here, orders, allow. Okay, so Kale got one hit with a shotgun to the leg and all that. We need to go to this bench here, and we've got the replacement lung. We're gonna bump that up on the queue. Because I need that. Meanwhile, I've got someone who is eligible for a nuclear stomach. Have yourself a nice nuclear stomach. All right. Cool. Love the taste of yellow cake in the morning. I don't... You mean like cornbread? Yeah, I don't know what you mean by yellow cake. Alright. Now we're just getting everything out of here. Go ahead and assemble those. Those are steel and gold. We still got the gravlate plates to grab. Let's also go here and say, oh wait, we had one more thing to pop. That's right, we had one more thing in here. Where did the drop pod go? There's a drop pod. Not you, you'll die. Yellow cake is uranium. Ah. Okay. It was the tiniest bit of ambrosia. But you never know. Has enough calories to feed you for the rest of your life? Yep. Cool. So with that, we're going to let Randall Thor just heal up here for a little bit. Let our people kind of work on their stuff for a minute. We're definitely going to be making some changes to Randall Thor's genes once we have the Arco stuff. Absolutely. Even if I have to give up other stuff, you're getting the fast healing. Because holy crap, that's 2 breach healths you've been under already. Combat supplier. Let's see what we got here. I'll always take medicine. Psi Extreme. Yeah, but there's a bunch of stuff that would make it too annoying to deal with. Whoa, I have an Architect Eye? Wait. Take the triple rocket. Take the many normal and worse weapons that we don't need. Where'd the Architect Eye come from? Okay, I mean, sure. Yeah, it's like, I missed something. You know, to getting all the corpses out of here. You know what? It might have been on one of the, might have been one of the people over there. You're waiting for medical operation. There you go. Got yourself an architect eye. As someone who collects rocks, you can confirm some look very lickable, but are forbidden candy. Yeah, there was a whole chart about the different types of sciences and, you know, licking involved in them. And so there were like, you know, stuff like botany and all that. Or I think it was oh man, whatever it's like biology, like the study of animals or whichever one is like, you know, it licks you kind of thing. And then psychology was like, I don't know how. Wait, you can't, huh? Astronomy is like, look, man, if your desire to lick Uranus is what gets us there. All right. So we still got a giant pile of weapons there. You do like how you sectioned out the ship? What did you walk into? Oh, we were just talking about, like, we had uranium, and that, you know, people were joking about being like the forbidden candy. And I was just talking about there's a science joke that's just kind of this whole thing where it goes through like all these different studies of sciences and like whether or not you should lick it or whatever. And it was, I think it was like mineralogy or whatever, that they're like, okay, sometimes licking it is necessary to identify it. Sometimes licking it is fatal. Looks more realistic in a square block. Yeah, no, I also deliberately like going for the asymmetry. It looked a lot better before I shoved this thing way off the side, but hey, I don't regret it for 1 second. They're still just getting the corpses out of here. Because we're in no rush yet, not until the next attack. I've got more than enough food to last. We've got a lot of materials up here. We'll just grab the materials as able. You're getting your education. Everyone's teaching you shooting. 2 preach healths, and they're still recovering from their injuries. I'm not a fan of Yetkin. Oh, here. Allow that. Let's get our ship way off screen. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. I didn't want to forbid the door. I wanted to lock the doors open, because that'll save them time running back and forth. You just posted the "Can you lick it" meme on Discord? I just realized Discord got closed. It's a fun meme. It's an old one too. Oh yeah, that's not the version I know, but yeah, it's the same, exact same idea. Lucky would join. Undergrounder who is beautiful. I mean, that's not, like, neither of those traits do anything for us, but it is a melee pawn. I can't accept it. Yeah, we're not gonna be able to accept it anyways. We don't have a room for royalty. All right. Yeah, so this is day 3 they've been recovering. Or actually, are we in day 4 that they're recovering from their injuries? Yet can suck. Asteroid group. Attacking immediately. Schedule. Get in the ship. We're leaving. Oh, Ultimax is way out there. Alright, Ultimax is definitely going to be intercepted on their way. Cancel launch. Grab you into position. Grab all of our ranged people. Get in position. Because we got that one pod right there. Don't F with Randall Thor. Jeez. Log. Missing head. Just straight up pop that head right off. It's only 5. Randall Thor, you have one-tapped 3 people so far with your Zeus hammer. Like, literally back to back to back. Torso, exploded. Head, exploded. Torso, oh, that's not the one. Where's the other one? There was another one you knocked down in one hit. Like, just don't go through the door with Randall Thor. Alright. Well, it is another stack of bodies to deal with. And Randall Thor has some brand new bruises to spend the next month healing from. Alright, go... Oh yeah, you need to be unrestricted. Go bring those in. Go bring that in. I got you, Donkey Duff. Runs all the way across the map, takes a hit of Ambrosia's like, man, you haven't seen the things I've seen. Just body after body after body. The healing is not as rewarding as the hurting. How are we doing on getting stuff crafted? Because, yeah, we're waiting on a lung. Because unfortunately, now we're back to Earth Rush, once again being the only crafter. For a brief moment there, we had 2. We're actually running out of steel, which is a weird thing for me. We have been just churning out stuff so fast in the components, we're actually running ourselves out of steel, and the gold is slowly going down as well. Earth Rush. You're making the detoxifier lung. We do want you to keep on that. And everything else just keep doing its thing. Breach health a third time. You can burn guns and iron? Yep, I have it queued. I got one crafter. Got one crafter, and they're going as fast as they can. Minor break risk on you because numbing cold. So you're upset about being extremely cold as you stand in the freezer. I bet you it's cold. It's negative 100 and something degrees cold in there. Alright. Hey, Randall Thor is finally healed and ready to get back to it. And you're one of my researchers, so that's even better. Or you're, yeah, no, actually, you're pretty much a dedicated researcher. That's fine. I don't care, as long as people are keeping those benches warm, I don't really care if they're, like, optimal. I do complain about the cold while stocking the cooler. Well, they were drawing on the floor in the cooler. It's something upon complaining about being soaking wet while they're socially on the beach in the rain. Yep. Well, they apparently got rid of that, where that was a whole thing. They did fix it, so if they go swimming, they won't complain about the, being wet anymore. Alright, so getting that detoxifier lung ready for KLL. Which it's funny because low-key I was like, you know, I actually can understand that in real life. Like, it's fun to go swimming, but then if you realize there's like no towels and it's like so humid you're just not drying off, there's definitely a point where you're like, you know what, I'm not having fun anymore with this. This is pretty obnoxious. Like you don't have a change of clothes, so you're just kind of in damp. But you usually don't swim during those times. Not if you can help it. Like, don't get me wrong, sometimes you get caught by surprise where you're swimming and then you just have a rainstorm roll in, and you're like, oh, okay. I guess instead of sunning on the beach to dry afterwards, I'm just gonna get buckets of rain on my head. Alright, new quest for orbital scanner and all that. I love walking in the rain. Also me today. I hate walking in this flash flood. Yeah. Oh yeah, no, that's there's definitely been times here in Florida where I've gone out, it's like, yeah, it's just a drizzly day, it's fine, and then just torrential downpour just a little bit later, and you're like, never mind. This isn't fine anymore. Honestly, I'm just cool with them taking their time, grabbing all of this. Then we'll end up landing on the ground again. getting more stuff going. Because we're 2/3 of the way to getting our archogenetics, and then it's just going one person to the next person to the next person, and getting everyone deathless and whatever else I can shove into them. I've already got something like 12 of the Arco capsule, whatever they're called. Alright, there's the detoxifier lung. So you have that for your left lung. Go to sleep in the hospital to get surgery, please. Okay, so replacing the blown out lung. Surgery failed. It's fine. It's fine. At least I didn't die this time. We had previously that I did a surgery for an Archotech leg, and a person in that hospital, you know, 13, 15 doctoring, good, you know, not glitter world, but decent medicine and everything, and just killed the person. Failed the surgery, instant killed. I was like, cool, man. Inspired taming. Alright, it's gonna be about time for us to leave. I'm gonna tell them to strip those, just in case we have any utility gear on there that we want. Yep, the good shield belt is decent enough. Go haul that back. We want better than good, but it's got the nice price of free. Okay, there's another good shield belt. You don't need to be doing anything anymore. But you put shelves together like that and they can reach them, you've always separated your shelves. Yeah, so, and the best part is they'll take the walking penalty for going onto the shelf. But as long as it's solid shelves, I believe they only take the walking penalty going on the first shelf. Alright, so I do think at this point we are going to go ahead and have ourselves land. We're mostly just missing a little bit of steel. We grabbed the handful of good things out of all their inventory. So before we get another raid up here, let's launch back down to the ground. Get ourselves some stuff. Maybe we'll get lucky and get an Ancient Danger. And be able to get some stuff back. Let's try and get to this place where we can actually grow things. Alright, that'll do. Alright, well the good news is... back student base, it's fine. If we overlooked it, that's totally fine. We make those pretty cheaply. I've got plasteel and steel and all that to spare. Like, getting steel's no problem. We land on a map and we usually can walk away with like 10,000 steel if I actually take the time to mine any of it. What is the anti-realism? You try to look it up, but you don't get it. Oh yeah, it's not like a special thing. I play a lot of simulation games, and while a lot of simulation games are like very realistic and all that, you'll always have the people like, well, if the game was realistic, it would work this way. And so I just kind of put that up as a meme. Like the people's like, ugh, in Project Zomboid, if you were really hitting a zombie with a crowbar, oh, it wouldn't break after 100 zombies. It's like, yeah, you're right. And you get your one crowbar, and then the game would be boring because you wouldn't need a new weapon, so there'd be no pressure to go loot anything. But you're right. You are, in fact, correct. But luckily, it's a video game, and it's fun. And if you don't like it, you can change the settings or use mods. But yeah, so it's just crap like that. That you'll have people make a big stink about stuff, whether or not it's realistic, and it's like, you gotta remember video games, a lot of things they do, while not realistic, do serve a purpose. Alright, so everyone can get back out of the ship. Alright, so let's see what we got on this tile for us. We've got components. 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 It's also the same reason I have like the anti-min-max. It's the same kind of thing. Is you'll have people and be like, streamer, your beds are not optimally positioned in the bedroom. Your pawns are taking an extra step that they do not need to take every single time they wake up and go to bed, which is once per in-game day. You need to fix that, streamer. And you're like, dude, if I ever have to care about... If I ever have to care about 2 steps per day on a pawn in RimWorld, that is the day I never play this game again. You're really pushing that you're anti-min-max? Those sort of players, viewers, take the fun of the game. Well, you can have it fun. There's like absolutely ways you can very much enjoy. Like figuring out how you can min-max is a lot of fun. But yeah, like actually just sitting. You actually hate the giga optimized barracks and all that? Oh yeah, because they, like for me, they look terrible. Like the whole thing where you've got, you know, if we go here, you got like your bed, so you have like one bed here, one bed there, one bed there, one bed there. The vitals machine. Actually, I think there's better ones nowadays where you could do it kind of like... There was something where you could get like 8 of them around 1 or 2 vitals machine or something now that people have figured out. There's just points like, man, if you got to do that to make the game work, shut it down, close it up. Now, one thing I am going to do, it's because I'm curious, there's an ancient danger back here. There is a cheesy thing you can do, and I usually don't do it, but this run I've been doing it a lot because we've been desperately looking for Mech Resurrection Serum. That might actually be an ancient danger back there. In the literal farthest away we can get. Okay. I doubt we're going back there, but... If they don't have anything else to do, we'll let them mine. So it's either there's a pocket back there or there's an ancient danger. But if they run out of other things to mine, they can have a good time with it. Meanwhile, we'll go here and say zone potatoes. Let's see. Your current starship looks like a giant pigeon. Is it optimal? Not in the slightest. Is it silly? Yes, and you love it. Oh yeah, like this is terrible from an optimization standpoint. There is some benefits to having these corridors if my ship gets breached. But honestly, if my ship gets breached, a lot of things are bad. Also, I need to be changing your stuff back to melee and anything. So you're not running around in your vac suits, which massively penalizes your movement speed. You got a shuttle mission on a map like this, and the enemy spawned, but they didn't show up on the map. You're afraid to go looking on the other side of the mountain. Yeah, normally they won't spawn into areas not revealed, but you can have some weirdness happen. Yes, they've already mined all the components over there. They're already getting the steel, so it's just a matter of it getting hauled now. Alright, in the meantime, we keep going with that. How are you doing on aging up? Okay, you're actually right about to become an adult. Sweet. And we're getting really close to getting our archogenetics done. Yeah, no, it's like, this is way less efficient on, like, the heating and cooling. It's way less efficient on the pathing side of thing. It's way less efficient on your tile uses. So, like, there is a lot of inefficiencies in this. Like, a lot of inefficiencies on this whole thing. But also, it is fun to just have it kind of split up into its own things. Now, one of the pros about this setup is very genuinely if you run into the situation where you do get breached, there is doors. So if I have a group and they breach in here, you know, they have to fight through room to room. Where if I've got like the one giant area that's got like 1 or 2 separations, once they're in, they're in. You'll say, Odyssey has made you appreciate how much steel and components are on maps. Oh yeah. Well, I mean, usually the problem is you're slowly bleeding them down the whole time you're on the map. And so it doesn't feel like you have that much available to you. But then, you know, because you're like always just picking away at it till it's gone. But with Odyssey, where you can just plop down and rip out like 10,000 steel and move on to the next tile. This one's, I mean, that's, you can get that many, but each one of these nodes is usually like 1,000. Yeah, you can see here, this is 800, we still got that much left. That's up just over 1,000 there. And you could usually find a good like 3 or 4 exposed like that. This map actually don't have much steel exposed, but that's still fine. Yep. And there's more steel for you to go after. When you first did a grab shot, you went nuts mining steel, and then you realized how much steel was there. Oh yeah, no, I kept doing that on accident. I'd be like, oh, I need a little steel, and it'd go like tell it to mine 2 or 3 nodes, be like, I don't need more steel. My entire inventory is just steel. The shells are a godsend. You love sending them as a medivac? Yeah. Well, it's the interesting thing that, from my understanding, I haven't used this poor shuttle hardly at all. That you can actually launch the shuttle and just like make it go from one tile to part of the tile to the other and stuff like that. It seems like there's going to be some shenanigans you can pull with that. We'll also go on the list. You got nothing better to do. Hunt the big animals. Wait, why is Donkey... Oh, because we have other people who also have priority on the research bench. Yeah, because KLL and them. And then we've got... Donkey Duff can also use the research bench, and there's nothing to clean or haul right now. It's fine. Oh, we got this garbage again. That got me in trouble previously. Please immediately haul that out of the door before something raids and just go straight in for the AC. We lost a lot of stuff out of our... Like, a lot of the preserved dead colonists we lost because of that, where we had a breach raid, or we had a raid, not a breach raid, a raid went in, there's stone blocking that door, so it came in, smashed that AC, and then just shredded the whole place. We had to happen twice. Yeah, you suddenly look at your storage, it's 10k steel. Oh yeah, no, it happened so fast. Like, really, really cartoonishly fast, you can get an obnoxious amount of steel. I find it interesting they're going up that route as opposed to the other ones. Arco Nexus available. Yep. It keeps coming up again. What is my wealth at now? Alright, it's back up to around 450. We got to basically 500,000. Gold. Yep, so having them grab another full node of steel. You think this DLC helps with it as well compared to the other DLCs? Your colony is pretty much static, where this one you constantly are on the move. Yeah. Well, it's a very different thing. It is amusing that a lot of people have been like, you know, it labels this as like a very hard start. It's like, not really. Like, the fact that you can run away when you have that fight, that's a problem. Because that's the other thing that gets you in trouble with this one, is your wealth just explodes. And a big part of the reason your wealth can just run away with you in this one is normally you'll end up getting those raids that you're like, alright, you know, I have to fight it. And it's a really rough fight. Yeah, I need to update my mods command. There's like 1 or 2 mods missing. I'm blanking on the name of it, but I've got one here where I can actually load templates. So I can go here and say, like, you know, Randall Thor's a Yetkin, so it'll put the Yetkin up here, and I can be like, okay, I hate that if I put super wound healing, oh, that'll make me -6, because instead this being -3, and that's +2, you know, that's the difference kind of thing. So I can actually figure out what the heck to do when I'm not dealing with a baseliner. So it doesn't give me any advantage, it just does the numbers for me so I know what I've got. What else do we have? There's like 2 or 3 mods we had. None that change functional gameplay. There was just like UI stuff, that kind of thing. What was what makes it harder to accumulate so much more before you get to research and utilize it if you're not careful? Oh yeah. Well, that's the thing. It's so easy to explode your wealth with the ship. The ship itself is expensive when you start looking at all the stuff you put into it. And normally you'd have those raids that you struggle with, but you do survive, but they manage to break a bunch of stuff and maybe destroy a room on the way out. Like, you know, there's that, which kind of deletes a bunch of your wealth and all that. And you'll also lose more colonists normally with your bases and all that over time. And so it's kind of one of those things that a lot of the stuff that ends up kind of knocking your wealth down just aren't as big of an issue. You can kind of get around a lot of it, or at least mitigate. Because the moment you have that genuinely, really, really horrible raid show up, you just go, nope. Outie. Gone. Not staying. Can't make me. But you're watching Drongo the other day, and he had a drop pod raid land directly on one of his pawns and killed it instantly. Yeah, no, I was there when that happened. Yeah, that was rough. I've had that happen to a baby colonist before. Ah, you're not setting the home zone. That's why they're not repairing that engine. Yeah, I had one where we had a drop pod raid, and one of the people had the baby, so I tossed the baby on the ground to like go run to where it looked like the shadows were coming down, and one of the pods came right down on the baby and killed it. And it's like, come on, man. Why are you drop podding into the nursery? You almost had that happen to a baby. Instead, there was just a heavy charge blaster turret in the room with their crib. Because raiders are jerks. Uh-huh. Yes, they are. Epic rap battles of history. Drop pod versus coughing baby. Man. Epic rap battles of history. That goes way back. Had to smoke the door and run to save the baby before the NPCs killed the turret. Yeah, and I've had some spicy rescues before. I haven't had a proper pacifist in a couple of runs. I've definitely had a number of times where like we were having a really messy fight and one of my important pawns got like shot in the neck. And not to save them, I had to have the pacifist run out there with the shield belt and just like middle of crossfire grab the person and run. I've done that a good couple of times. Yep, you're gonna get over there. You are hustling. Okay. That's a fast miner. We had faster. We had faster. I had one that had like, they had like an Arco leg and all that. I mean, granted, at this point, Ultimax is probably right around that same speed. But there was we had a couple of like really amazing pawns that did end up getting killed in like 2 streams ago or whatever it was, I had a day that we had like some really, really rough losses in a mech cluster that I just bad positioning on my part led bad positioning to worse positioning, and then it was just trying to save what I could out of it. Didn't lose anything on the ship, but we lost like 5 people. It was a mess. And that took, 15, 20 days to kind of stabilize the colony again. Alright. You would have someone join a greedy body modder. I'm gonna say no to that as much as I want to have it. Just because greedy with everyone bunking is not gonna go well. Alright, so. Okay. Operations. Detoxifier left lung. Let's get this going. You've got a nuclear stomach. You've got a nuclear stomach. And it's your turn for a nuclear stomach. Now, the worst drop pod raid you had was a Yetkin drop pod raid that landed on your 3-year-old daughter. Tried to run away, insta-decapitate. That's basically, I mean, not the running away part, because babies don't run. But that's basically what happened to the baby, is a drop pod dropped on it, hit them in the neck, and instant killed them. It's rough to be on the rim. Those drop pod raids get real spicy. Okay, you are getting dangerously close. Alright, so we're getting that nuclear stomach in there. And we got that detoxifier lung to replace the one that got blown out. And then what we're going to go ahead and do is there's a warg chilling right outside the door. I backed off a little bit. There we go. Okay, and you're nowhere nearby, and you're fine. I think I hit it. I think I hit it at least once. 9 hits to the body. We hit its everything. The only thing we didn't hit was its brain, as far as I could see. We got both the rear, so we got both front legs, one of the rear legs, the lung, the liver, the stomach, the heart, the body, the eye, the neck. What about spleen? Spleens aren't real, they can't hurt you. Alright. Is the kid looked to the ship? No, they're not locked to the ship. I'll have them out. That's the reason I killed the warg. Is I'm basically letting the kid run around and do stuff so he can get nature running and all that to age up better. Rare Thrumbo. See if we can get ourselves a pet Thrumbo. I don't really need a pet Thrumbo, but, you know. Why not? That's one Thrumbo tamed. And you get booster odds of successfully taming a Thrumbo by using the sentient thing on him. Alright, so the Thrumbo we did get. So you're going to do taming. We will train them to do everything. And then on top of that, I'm sitting on these things for making things more sentient. Let's go ahead and jam that in there. You didn't actually get it because the Thrumbo decided to move. Alright, so for the other Thrumbos, there is a male Thrumbo. Nah, we won't worry about it. We'll keep the one Thrumbo here. Actually, I changed my mind. I will go for it. Yeah, that's the male. So don't worry about taming these two now. Just go for that one. Because if we get two of them, we could technically breed them. So what that does is it builds their consciousness and all that, but the other advantage of why you do that is it does reduce their wildness by 25%, which makes them way easier to tame. And I just want to have them focus on the one male, because that way, again, we can get a pair. And then if I get an Alpha Thrumbo, you can actually breed Alpha Thrumbos. And they will breed with regular Thrumbos. That's when the colony becomes grounded again. We just set up to build an army of Alpha Thrumbos to be the frontliners. Archogenetics. Okay, it is time, it is time, it is time. First contestant to get your genes scrambled. Alright, Donkey Duff. You are a researcher and a warden. So we want you to have social and intelligence. So let's go ahead and go in here and say genetics, recombine, deathless, super wound, super clotting, very fast runner, very happy, robust. Alright. You're gonna be awful mining, cooking, awful animals, poor artist, awful at melee. We don't want to give you nearsight, mild cell instability. I can't do it, that's too much. So what are we ditching off of here? Very happy can go. I need to come up with 2 more points. At least. So we can take the robust out. The robust I really do kind of want to keep. Do you have any of these that are a bigger plus? No. I mean, we can do the mild cellular stuff. Can you get awful cooking? I don't have awful cooking, but that does point out that I could do that, and we are even. Alright. So, our pawn is going to be deathless with super fast wound healing, super clotting, very fast runner who is robust, and are giving rid of a bunch of stuff they don't use, mild cell instability, and mild UV sensitivity. I also forgot to set that. It is for Donkey Duff. Yep. Okay. And that works. And Donkey Duff is going to make the genes for Donkey Duff. And then one by one, we're going to make all of our people deathless. Yeah, you're cooking the survival meals. You'll be our next contestant. Now, the only weird thing is most of the people are going to turn yellow with the stuff I'm putting in them. But that's fine. Sometimes you just got to be a little bit yellow. Yeah, and that is a very complicated gene thing, so it's going to take them like 2 days per person to make it. Turns the ships into Simpsons cosplayers. Yup. Everyone's going to look pretty sickly. But with that, the treadmill of deaths should slow finally. Alright, what's your deal? Why aren't you getting that? Okay, you're already getting it. It's fine. Yeah, so there's a lot to make there, because it's an 18 complexity setup. Alright. But yeah, it's good news. So, honestly, looking at our research we got left, that's poison synthesis. Oh, that was actually a couple more things we could add. Anything else you want to add to the list things here? We can go here. Bills. Oh, is that like the maximum we've hit? I apparently hit the maximum that's allowed. That's fine. Let's see. Is there anything else we want to put on here? I think we've got everything we can fit on a person beyond just... No, there's bionic ear, I believe, is better. Bionic tongue, I don't think is better than the regular one. Yeah, no, it's just the regular part efficiency. Then we had bionic stomach, spine, and heart. Trying to remember, there was one of these I remember was not actually better than the normal one. I think it was the spine. But like all the other ones... Yeah, that's 125% effectiveness. Yeah, no, what we're doing is we're making one of every part on standby, and that way we can just throw them in on everyone. Yeah, I think the other ones I'm thinking are down here. The hidden, or like the blades and all that shoved in there. Yeah, because you have the feel hand, we have the hand tail and the knee spike. Yeah, because the knee spike gives some armor penetration to melee and all that. So I can add those. I'm trying to remember, I believe you can put those in bionic legs. Then you have the elbow blade. I'll have to see if we can actually do those. The downside of doing those is they end up being things that happen in social fights and bad things happen to people. The hand talent I don't believe we can do because if we have like replacement hands, I believe it will replace the hands. But then we can potentially look at the poison fangs and all that. And just be ridiculous about it. Bionic our people out as we're just working our way through things. Alright, so we've got all the anomaly stuff done. Like, literally, I could just summon the monolith, hit anomaly, and that could be credits rolled. I do say we do the Odyssey one first. We're gonna definitely wait till you grow up, which is any time now. Like, literally, you're maxed out, you're right about to age up any minute now. It would be good to have actual real armor. Okay, we have 15 grizzly bears. That is a lot of a lot. But that's fine. We're actually set up relatively good for that as long as people can get to the ship before those grizzly bears get to us. You probably should have a different weapon if I can get it to you in time. Don't I have another minigun in here? Oh, you got the Masterwork chain shotgun. I probably don't want you to have that around. Unique. Oh, the Thunderous Killer. You grab the Thunderous Killer. And then you get in position over here. Here come the bears. So we're under-leveled in our combat. I am going to use the combat shout just to boost our shooting and all that. What is going on with the bears? They shouldn't be able to stack more than one in a tile. Okay, it looks like they're consolidating. I think it's the same thing. I think they're not going into combat, going in here. And so they're able to share the tile. I think that may have been the same thing that causes the problem in the last one. Okay, hunt it. Hunt it. Hunt it. How much farther can we go out there? Kind of the limit. Because I'm going to see if I could put a, I wonder if I put doors on these sentry guns but have them secured, if that'll force them into combat. I'm going to try it. This might be a big mistake. But I need them to be considered in combat when they get there. Oh, and temporarily do not consider that home zone. So you don't kill yourselves and rot. You got one bite to your leg. Almost took your leg off. It's one hit was 20 health out of 30. Inspired trade. Oh, there's still one left. I missed that there was another bear left there. Want to make sure they're actually dead so we don't have to worry about any of them getting up and catching someone by themselves. To be frank, a bear biting your leg would probably destroy it. Yeah, no, that's fair. Yeah, so my hope here is that that will cause anything on this side to trigger in combat, because that's always a trick you could use with your kill boxes, was to put a deactivated turret with the door between you and the path in, and then when the enemies got close enough, it would consider them in combat. And so they wouldn't allow them to be more than one on a tile. So we'll see if that helps that. Plus, in a pinch, it gives me more ways I can actually get out of the ship to, like, flank people around. I probably won't use it, but in a pinch, if I see a Doomsday coming around here or something, we can try and run the one melee out to grab the Doomsday real fast. Or also, potentially, if I'm sitting here sniping, I consider sniping instead of running in and going the whole way down, I can run and just pop in there real fast. Meanwhile, you go get that Masterwork sniper rifle back. I've been trying to keep Mohanrai out of the fight as much as possible. That's a really good sniper rifle. When they become an adult, I'll probably give them that machine gun and use that sniper rifle as, like, the situational, oh, it's a siege launch and I need to knock it down from a distance. I'm surprised how many of these engines are needing to be repaired. could you not just stand on the corpses and just accept rot? There you go. Same deal. I'll just watch. If you just keep going backward, I don't mind kicking you off again and again. Now, I guess the other Thrombo got away untrained. That's fine. I've had enough of those sentient things piling up. I don't mind wasting one for the chance to maybe get it. So right now, the one Thrombo is effectively our mascot. Okay, you're almost done with that. And that'll be our first Deathless pawn. Alright, Xenogerm has been created. And so we're going to put that in Donkey Duff. They'll have a 100% food consumption multiplier, which is just your normal rate. So then our next contestant, we're going to try this thing out. Randallthor. Okay, first of all, you're getting that very super wound healing, deathless, blood clotting, fast moving. I need to check what you actually do here. So Randallthor here is our researcher and our cook. Cook being their primary responsibility. They also do animals. I actually don't care about the animals if I'm being honest. So if they keep that or not, I'm indifferent. I might just let the animal thing go. All right. So boom, 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 boom. Let's see what we can do with this. So, for art, for social, you are a researcher, you are a cook. Poor mining, we don't want to nerf their melee. We can make them nearsighted and give them mild stealth instability. UV whatever. I didn't set it to Randallthor. Alright, so it's at minus... Okay, it's -2. Alright, let's try this again. So we've got -2. So I've got to drop a little bit more. I can make them bad at animals. Oh, that alters their great at animals to bad at animals. Okay. And that suddenly gives me +3, which means I could take off the UV penalty. Or I could take off the... For artistic, put the UV penalty back. Now I got +2 points to work with. You already have robust. You already have strong melee. So I can give you very happy. That's too complicated, apparently. I could just have you have really low hunger. Reduce pain. Reduce pain is always a bit of a gamble. And the reason why reduce pain is a gamble is pain gets you to get knocked down before you die. I guess it doesn't matter, we are deathless. So most likely it'll be fine. And you still actually have a reduced hunger rate. Yeah, it's fine. Strong melee? They naturally have strong melee. Because they're not a baseliner. I'd love to get rid of Sleepy, but, you know, Sleepy are aggressive, but that's not going to happen. That's fine. And so now Donkey Duff is... Are you not... What's going on with you? Can you get Sanguiphage genes from a Sanguiphage? Yes. You just gotta keep putting them through that thing. That said, the Deathless I traded for. I didn't get that from a Sanguiphage. I traded for it. You struck steel. That's fine. Okay, sorry about that. Let's see here. Go haul those components back. I'm getting worried about the fact that we have all these components laying here not getting hauled. That's fine, you'll figure it out. Okay, so Donkey Duff is going to be down for about a day and a half, because that's how long it takes when you set some of their genes. But now Donkey Duff is Deathless, super fast wound healing, super clotting, fast runner, robust, and they got a bunch of this other stuff that we don't care about. There are a bunch of penalties that won't matter for our purposes. So now if we look at Donkey Duff, they still are good at the things we care here. Did I nerf your social? Nah, you're good. It's just you're down, so you can't do it. Alright, though, chat. I've already gone quite a bit over my normal time, but I was jamming, having a good time. We finally are getting our Deathless into the colony. We got our very first contestant to be Deathless. We're just going to go through the entire roster and get everyone to be Deathless. One of the added bonuses with that is once I've made the people Deathless, if we try even having a bad surgeon doing surgery and they botch it in what would normally be lethal, as long as they don't remove the head or the brain, it doesn't matter. They go down, 5 days later they come back up, and it's as if nothing happened. But with that said, if you have enjoyed tonight's content, you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow. If you're watching over on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe, but the stream will be ending abruptly for the people on YouTube because they don't have a host ready. Now, for all of us over here on Twitch, I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and finding someone for us to